안녕. 야호! 안녕하세요. 비에 너프를 받아버린 I love you. I love you. I love you. 뭐야? 항이. 뭐야? 날씨 디버프를 세게 받아버린 당근카렌 등장이요. 안녕. 잠깐 살아있네. 아니, 난 지금 죽어있는 거야. 나 오늘 텐션이 좋지 못해. 그리고 텐션과 생각이 모두 정신이 몸이 모두가 좋지 못해. 야호하지 않아 오늘은. I love you. 오늘 이러면 아니 아까 전에 방송 키기 전에 살짝 그 마크 들어갔다 오기는 했어요. I love you. I love you. I love you. 스노우 글로브 다 지워줬던데? 그리고 무슨 누구랑 마마님이랑 누구랑 결혼한대. 마크에서. 주례는 조디야. 조경호님? 조경호님이 누구야? 몰라. 아무튼 그렇다던데. 잠깐은 몰래 지금 해. 보쌈이라고? 아 그래? 그런 거였구만. 단카는 언제 해? 상대가 있어야 하지. 너 그렇게 말하는 거 아니야. 우리 아빠도 포기했거든. 아 그리고 스노우 글로브의 옆에 있던 아프리카 땅은 그 스노우 글로브 주인님이 오셔서 땅을 혹시 팔아주실 수 있으세요? 해가지고 땅 판 돈은 준다 그래서 갖다 팔았어요. 알박기 하라고? 아니 그러니까 그러니까 안 살 건데 거기나 땅을 할 필요는 없잖아. 그래서 아 그래요? 이렇게 해서 아니야. 그 거기에 돈 주고 입주한 사람들이 있는데 아무튼 그래가지고 팔았어요. 그리고 대신에 그 밑에 그 스노우글로브 세상 밑에 지하도시가 있는데 지하도시에 언제든지 출입 가능하고 언제든지 가서 알바할 수 있어. 아 거기가 오이냉국이라고. 아 거기 가서 아무 때나 가서 일해도 되고 그런 거야. 수익 배분도 우리만 알고 있어야 된다. 다른 데 가서 얘기하면 안 된다. 수익 배분도 다른 사람들은 7대 3인데 나는 8대 2. 고추밭, 대형 고추밭. 하고 싶은 만큼 일하고 갖고 가고. 거기 입주하면 밭 공짜 이용이라고. 아 그런 거야? 그래? 근데 뭐 거기 안 사는데 뭐. 좋아, 됐어. 송사리랑 같이 가서 팔았어. 입주비 30만 원이라고? 생각보다 얼마 안 났네. 그래도 근데 굳이 거기 안 사는데 알바끼 할 필요가 없으니까 그냥 줬어요. 근데 밥을 먹었거든. 내가 오늘 밥을 먹었는데 소화가 안 된다? 오늘 컨디션이 별로라서 그런가 봐요. 나는 컨디션에 영향을 정말 많이 받는 사람인가 봐. 안녕 프리드. 안녕. 착한 단카가 아니고 아니야. 초반에 갑자기 그 주인님이 오셔가지고 그 귓속말로 어딥니까 당근카렌님 봅시다 이렇게 해가지고 나 뭐 잘못했나? 혹시 내가 뭔가 해버렸나? 이래가지고 이러고 있었는데 안 오셔서 이렇게 긴장하고 있었거든. 근데 광장으로 갑자기 송사리가 뿅 하고 나타나서 아니 그 우리 아프리카의 스노우글로브 옆에 있는 땅 그거 방 빼라고 하던데? 이렇게 하는 거야. 근데 그 방 빼라는 말만 듣고 갑자기 갑자기 방을 빼라고? 이렇게 된 거야. 갑자기 방을 빼라고? 이렇게 된 거야. 그래서 갑자기 왜 방을 빼라고 그러지? 다짜고짜? 이렇게 된 거야. 근데 이제 그 주인님
공개해주세요.
그 주인님 말 들어보니까 거기가 원래 그 사람들 한 60명인가 모아가지고 그 무슨 입주할 사람들 다 이렇게 해가지고 이렇게 다 같이 한 거고, 그래서 입주 설명회가 있었는데 입주 설명회 때 왜 안 왔냐고 그러는 거야. 근데 나는 입주 설명회를 몰랐는데 아무도 나에게 입주 설명회에 와야 된다고도 말 안 했고 몰랐는걸요? 이렇게 하니까 에? 여기 알바끼 하신 거 아닌가요? 이래가지고 알바끼라기보다는 제가 제일 처음에 와가지고 산 땅이 그냥 송사리 옆집이었을 뿐이에요. 이렇게 얘기하니까 그래요? 제가 오해하고 있었네요. 저는 여기 알바끼 하고 계신 줄 알았어요. 여기 살지도 않으시는 것 같아서. 그래서 알바끼 하지 말고 돈 드릴 테니까 방 빼라고 하려고 그랬는데 아예 그 입주 설명회랑 이런 거 아예 모르셨으면은 어쩔 수 없네요. 이래가지고 아이고 죄송합니다. 이래서 아니에요. 저도 근데 몰랐네요. 이렇게 말했지. 그러고 나서 이제 돈 받고 이제 다른 데 땅 하나 사가지고 거기 갖다 팔았어. 땅을 어디다가 새로 샀냐면은 그 스노우글로브 바로 옆에 피엔님네 이글루가 있거든. 이글루 바로 맞은편에 샀어. 피엔님네 집이 잘 보이는 곳으로. 거기 나중에 가서 좀 다져놓을까? 좋지? 노래자랑 끝나고 입주 설명회 했다고? 자, 여기서 중요한 거, 당근카렌은 노래자랑 때 노래 자랑이 있는 줄도 몰라서 남의 방송으로 볼 수밖에 없었어. 심지어 노래 부르는 그것도 못 봤어. 두 번째, 그 당시에 내 기억으로는 풍년가를 부르면서 하루 종일 족밭에서 알바하고 있었을 거야. 내 기억으로는. 심지어 그때도 8시였어. 그치? 근데 입주 설명회가 7시인가에 있었다던데? 몰라? 아무튼 그렇대요. 몰랐으니까. 어제 뻗었는데 팔로우 미션 어떻게 됐나요? 라고 물으시는 분을 위해 당카가 어제 남겨놓은 그게 없어가지고 물론 다시 보기에는 남았지만요. 이렇게 물어보시는 분이 계실까봐 제가 아까 전에 들어가서 이렇게 사진을 찍어왔습니다. 어떠십니까? 다이아몬드 무려 650개! 560개를 캐면 되지만 650개를 캐버렸습니다. 이 중에 다이아몬드 반은 송사리에게 수선이랑 이것저것 해가지고 값을 치르는 그 비용으로 대체하기로 했어가지고 이렇게 드렸고요. 나머지는 이제 코뚱잉한테 팔기로 했잖아. 상점에 갖다 팔면은 다이아가 개당 200원인데 코뚱잉이 220원까지 쳐준다 그래가지고 개당 220원으로 나머지 갖다 팔게요. 어떤데? 잘했지? 근데 코뚱잉이 계속 잠수더라고. 뭐 하는진 모르겠지만 거기서 자나봐. 그래서 그냥 나왔어요. 오늘은 얘들아 늦게 방송을 켜긴 했지만 오늘 단카가 짤방이에요. 요 며칠 너무 달렸어. 요 며칠 한 2-3일 동안 몇 시간씩 방송을 하니까 자도 약간 피곤해 쩔어있는 느낌이 든다 그래야 될까? 좀 막 오늘따라 유독 그런 것 같아. 왜냐면은 부산에 비가 자는 동안 엄청 왔어요. 단카는 비가 오면은 아프잖아. 몸이 안 좋잖아. 그래가지고 오늘따라 좀 유독 피곤이 심하네요. 비타민 D를 드시는 게 어떨까? 맞아, 단카 항상 챙겨 먹는 게 있어요. 근데 아무리 그래도 먹는 걸로는 그게 잘 안 되긴 해, 흡수가. 아무튼 그래서 오늘은 옛날 옛적에 게임하다가 도중에 엔딩을 보겠다 해놓고 다른 게임 하느라 바빠서 못했던 아메리칸 아카디아를 해야 돼. 부산에 비가 와서 조금 시원했다고? 그래? 나 오늘 좀 춥던데? 나 오늘 좀 춥던데? 몇 퍼 했나요? 플레이 타임을 보니까 5시간 돼 있더라고, 플레이 시간이. 그러면 이제 슬슬 아닐까? 산나비도 요 정도 했던 것 같은데 아닌가? 일단은 들어가 볼까요? 일단 한번 들어가 보자. 오늘은 진짜 이거 해야 돼. 오늘은 진짜 엔딩 봐야 돼. 산나비는 12시간 정도 걸렸었다고? 아, 그런가? 한번 볼까? 야! 갑시다. 나 이거 다 까먹었어. 근데 탈출을 하려다가 지금 끝났었나? 그래, 여기서 끝났었다. 이거 잠깐만. 아니 잠깐만, 나 이거 키 다 까먹었어. 잠깐만. 키가 다 까먹었네? 응? 키가 다... 컨트롤. 이거 약간 퍼즐 요소가 있는 2D 겸 3D 게임 같은 느낌? 이제 이렇게 조작을 해서 이렇게 다리를 내려서 도망가고 쟤 왜 이렇게 빨라? 조작을 해가지고 다시 뛰어가서 그렇지? 그렇지? 왜 이렇게 빨라? 왜 이렇게 빨라? 쟤 왜 이렇게 빨라? 이거 맞아? 엄청 빠른데? 잠깐만, 너무 빠른데?
Halfway through my jump, I suddenly realized how rickety the ladder was. But
소리가 좀 작네. 좀 올려줄게요. 잠깐만.
Oh, no, no! I fell about 9 feet, and I landed in a puddle of some sort of thick liquid. It smelled awful, but helped cushion the blow.
리틀 나이트메어 같지 않나? 약간 느낌이.
I don't care. I'll get you again. You won't get out of Arcadia. You hear me?
당카의 방송을 나중에 보거나 오랜만에 이 게임을 봐서 기억이 이전 내용이 기억이 안 나시는 분들은 유감이지만 저도 기억이 안 나서 설명을 해드릴 수가 없습니다. 이래서 스토리 게임들은 좀 약간 빨리빨리 밀 때 밀어야 되는데 이래서 스토리 게임이 싫어. 중간에 이것저것 하는 사람들은 이게 중간에 끊기면은 다시 몰입하기가 되게 힘들어. 이거 약간 영화 트루먼 쇼랑 비슷한 재질의 느낌을 주는 게임이거든요. 근데 약간 뭐냐면은 이 남자 주인공이 정말 고위층 사람들에 의해서 꾸며진 세상에 살고 있었던 거야. 꾸며진 세상에 살고 있었는데 그거를 못 깨닫고 있다가 이제 깨달은 거지. 근데 그 사실을 깨닫는 순간 원래 그런 거 막 모든 세상이 나를 속여왔는데 나만 그 사실을 알고 있으니까 이거를 정부에서 알아가지고 나를 막 잡아가고 어떻게 하려고 이렇게 하는데 이제 그거를 이제 피해서 도망가는. 근데 이제 옆에 조력자들이 함께 해주는. 근데 그 조력자들도 사실은 옛날에 요런 꾸며진 세상 속에 짜여진 각본 속에 살던 사람들이었는데 이제 자아를 가지고 깨달아서 이제 그렇게 막 하는 세력들 그런 거지. 뭐라는 거야? 맞아. 객관잼 몰카 맞아요. 일거수일투족을 다 봐. 그냥 똥 싸는 것도 보고 밥 먹는 것도 보고 그냥 다 봐. 그냥 일거수일투족을 다 알아.
What do I do now?
그리고 이 세계는 약간 정말 이렇게 땅 하는 이렇게 트여진 세상이 아니고 약간 돔 형태로 이렇게 스노우 글로브 세상 속에 사는 것처럼 쌓여져 있어.
Or at least welcome to the land where the city of tomorrow is being built. The Arcadia project is moving forward spectacularly fast, and we hope to have it finished for summer of 1961. Let's take a quick view of some of the amazing perks.
이런 식으로 영상물로 사람들을 세뇌시키는 거예요.
First of all, our suburbs. Modern housing with the latest technology included, service droids, voice-operated devices, and everything a modern American family needs. And with our road system that will communicate easily with the downtown area, you won't have to worry about traffic anymore. Get to work either by monorail or an electric car. And what about leisure? If you want to enjoy a good movie, there is a spectacular drive-in theater with an immersive new system called Visiorama. But that's not all. we have a special surprise for our audience, and here is our good friend Arpad Kovacs to explain it to us.
Hello, Mr. Walton. Hello, kids. I am here to tell you we are building a new TV studio right here in Arcadia. So from now on, I will be recording Architects of Tomorrow from my workshop right here.
Isn't that amazing? So, Arcadia already has its first neighbor. What are you waiting for? Call and make your reservation so you can be one of the lucky ones to be selected.
세상이 많이 발전했는데도 아직 옛날 옛적에 살고 있는 거야. 그렇게 사람들을 세상이
A wonderful tomorrow to live in.
세뇌시키는 거지.
Arcadia? What is this?
Trevor, can you hear me? Oh, this damn audio system is so crappy.
Angela? Hey! I'm here. Do you hear me?
Finally! It's so good to hear your voice.
Where am I?
안녕.
Is this the first prototype of Arcadia?
Yeah, this was what Walton and Kovacs had in mind. But then Don and the board of directors took over, and they turned Elijah's dream into this American nightmare where being unpopular is punished with death.
I don't know where you got that info, but nobody has been killed in here.
여기는 다 촬영지인가?
Gus is not dead. Vivian showed him to me.
I saw him.
Well, what exactly did you see? Besides Gus leaving with 2 security guards.
I don't know. Forget it. Okay, let's just focus on getting you out of here.
I don't think there is a way out of here, Angela. I'm afraid I'm trapped in here.
No. Listen to me. We have a new plan. Sit down, Trevor, please. All right, here goes. That sound that renders you motionless. Well, we think that there might be a way to remove that thing from your brain.
Wait, remove? You mean like brainwashing me?
No, not at all.
Well, it sounds pretty similar to what Vivian wanted to do with me, with that realignment thing.
I know, but we know what we're doing. Trust me.
No offense, Angela, but considering how things went last time, it's not easy for me to just blindly trust in your plans. And anyway, even if you magically reprogram me without leaving me brain damaged, I've already crossed the jingle area before, and it didn't work out. How am I gonna get out of the dome anyway?
Maybe I can help with that.
Wait, who is this?
Number 6? Are you okay?
Yes, Kovacs. I touched in a couple of minutes ago and heard your conversation. Sorry for the indiscretion, but I had to.
넘버 6가 누구일까?
My name is number 6. I'm the leader of Breakout, the activist group Kovacs works for.
Okay, nice to meet you.
They have told you there is no way to escape from Arcadia, right? Let me prove to you they're lying. Next to the Arcadia Central Plaza, you will see a painted sign on a billboard with 6 names. That is us, the Arcadia 6.
아, 그렇네.
If my memory is correct, we left a trash container below the water tower, covered by some bushes. Just climb the water tower. I need to show you something.
급스탑으로 올라가려고? 어떡해? 요렇게? 아, 됐다.
Is Dolores' car still there?
샤넬 향수 생각난다고. 나는 샤넬 향수 안 써. 너무 독해. 나는 향수를 잘 안 뿌려.
Much to Dolores' dismay, she had to leave her beloved car there.
코가 찡하지 않아?
Do you see a billboard with writing on it?
Arcadia is a gilded cage, and we know it.
Sid wanted to leave a farewell message. It is his trademark.
와사비 못 먹어. 맞아. 샤넬이 향이 좋은 거는 이게 잔향이 남았을 때 되게 좋던데.
That goes straight to the exit. No dome, nothing.
근데 막 환장할 정도는 아니야.
You'll be out of Arcadia.
Yeah, but they have two of those jingle emitters on each side.
That makes sense. They were not there when we got out. Look, Trevor. Look, Trevor.
No.
Maybe some of our intel is wrong. Maybe they're not killing people in there. There's something you and I know for sure to be true. As long as you are
아니 근데 향수가 향만 좋으면 됐지. 이씨. 아씨 채팅 보다가 아니 향수가 향만 좋으면 됐지. 꼭 그렇게 브랜드를 써야 되나? 나는 향만 좋으면 됐다 생각하는 사람이야.
There's something you and I know for sure to be true. As long as you are inside Arcadia, you will always be a prisoner. From one fugitive of Arcadia to another. Do what you need to do.
요래.
Say goodbye
요래.
and leave.
요래.
Can I at
You're
least
there.
have some time to think
요래.
about it?
여기로.
Take your time. Whenever you are ready.
브랜드가 좋으면 잔향이
Still there?
오래가지 않나요? 에이 그거는 편견이에요.
I'm here.
I think this is the Architects of Tomorrow TV set.
그러네.
Last two Architect seasons were recorded in this studio inside Old Arcadia. But nothing was the same after Walton stuff. Not even Architects.
Wait, that's the piano Kovacs always played at the end of every episode.
Oh, really? It's still there?
It was my favorite part. That's what got me into music. You mind if I...
No, go ahead. Nobody can hear you here.
오. 단가 피아노 못 쳐요. 누가 가르쳐 줬으면 좋겠어. 야, 성인이 되고 나서 피아노 학원 갈 수 있나? 애기들이랑 섞여서 쳐야 되나? 피아노 배우고 싶다. 왜 못 가? 아 그래? 성인반 많아요? 아 그래? 근데 단카 주변에는 피아노 학원이 없는 것 같아. 체르니부터 할 거 생각하면 참담하다고. 왜? 원래 막 체르니부터 시작하지 않나? 도레미파솔라시도 똑딱 똑딱 막 이런 소리 나고 막 딸랑딸랑딸랑 딸랑딸랑딸랑 산토끼토끼야 이러고 이런 거부터 하지 않아? 1대1로 한다고? 오히려 괜찮지 않나? 도레미파솔라시도 배우면은 자괴감 온다고. 왜?
Wow. That's really pretty. But what's it called?
I still have to give it a name.
Wait, you wrote this? It's yours?
Yeah, it's mine.
I didn't know you were so talented, Trevor. Have you ever thought of becoming a professional musician?
No, I like to keep that to myself. You know, maybe my life wasn't good American Arcadia material, but it was quiet and peaceful. I know I'm not the most interesting guy on the planet, but I've never hurt anyone. And I don't deserve all the crap that I'm going through.
I know, Trevor. And for what it's worth, I have to say that you may not be the most interesting guy on the planet, but you're a good person. And I like you. And I'm sure a quiet and peaceful life is waiting for you out there.
아, 비 오고 나니까 너무 춥지
Have
않니?
Grandpa get up and throw on something a little bit more up to date, but other than that, you'll be fine.
Okay. Okay. Let's do this.
We will be
좋아요.
extremely careful. I swear it.
Yeah, sure. Just do it before I change my mind.
At that moment, I realized how fond I had grown of that old fuddy-duddy mustache-wearing average Joe. I wasn't doing this because of the Walton Media breakout war anymore. I just wanted to get my friend out of that city once and for all.
That was really moving, Kovacs. Thank you. It was critical to convince such a valuable asset like Trevor's.
I haven't said anything to convince him. I just
위에
said what I feel.
집을 또
And
시끄러워. 이
please, don't call him an
시간에.
asset. Trevor's not an asset, okay?
I understand.
날씨가 안 좋아서 모기가 다시
That's
나온
alright.
거. 난 추운데.
What do we do now?
You must get inside the realignment area and find any relevant information that allows us to comprehend how the jingle works.
아니야, 방음이 그렇게 안 되진 않은데 위에 집만 그렇게 시끄러워요. 자, 뭘 해야 되죠, 여기서? 뭘 하라 그랬어? 뭐 하라 그랬어? 나 못 봤어.
I really hope your plan works, number 6. Still not.
아, 이거
100%
모션 블러
convinced.
살짝 있다.
Remember, we are at this point thanks to your courage and boldness. You got us to the hexagon.
I know, but just in case, let's make sure we don't get out of hand with the boldness. Hey, what is this? The 4 steps of the realignment jingle?
We need them to not have any interest in anything other than living a happy life in Arcadia. Their only aspiration must be routine. Don't get me wrong, our citizens will be interesting. Celebrities, athletes, musicians. But always local celebrities, local athletes, and local musicians, things like that.
로꼬라고
Even
하네.
so,
미쳤다.
there will
미친.
always be
미친.
those who,
Jesus,
driven by
this shit is
fear,
Orwellian. And disgusting.
Donald Walton was a really sick man.
I wonder what this panel does. It's hexagon level.
Do not activate it. It is not safe to take any unnecessary risks, Kovacs.
창고 같은 거 아니야?
Looks like every brand in the world has a spot here.
What do you mean?
Their logos are everywhere. Car brands, computer manufacturers.
뭘 해야 되지? 헉! 사람을 그거
There
하는
are
건가
several
보다.
of these QR cards scattered around. I wonder what they're for. Huh. Looks like this booth can be programmed to generate something entirely
아!
different. A customized jingle.
아,
if you
이거
will.
그 오면서 봤던 그거 하는 건가 보다.
Realignment booth. This must be what Vivian told Trevor about.
Anything that you might
세뇌
associate with
시키는
Walter
거다.
Kovacs or
요거를
Absolutely. There are even
외워봐.
some Visiorama goggles in here. Nice that they sent everybody home. I guess the lockdown was a good thing after all.
요거
Definitely.
분홍 색깔의 이런 걸 해야. 근데 로고가 딱히 없네. 아, 요건가?
An instrument manufacturer. I guess this might represent music.
스타카토? 이거 어떻게 하는
What
거지?
do we have here? This machine seems to require a
루틴,
subject ID code to
컨트롤,
work.
피어,
Kovacs, send it to
프리덤.
Trevor's. 10392.
There are some branded logos in this machine, and they seem to be related to the jingle somehow. Are those brainwaves? So this is what Trevor experiences every time he hears the jingle? Oh my god. That's how they tailor the preferences of Arcadia's citizens and prepare everything that happens around them.
Setting aside how ethically reprehensible this might be, this machine will tell us how Trevor's brain reacts to external stimuli. We should use it to our advantage, Kovacs.
Yeah. There's a QR reader in this machine, so I better find something to feed
어,
it.
QR! 아까 그거잖아.
I was thinking, that jingle generator you mentioned, it might come in handy.
For what? I don't see a way to remove the jingle from Trevor using this thing.
Maybe we cannot remove it, but we can induce the opposite message.
You're talking about creating an anti-jingle? Apparently, I coined the term. But it was number 6 who laid out the whole thing. It sounded simple, convincing, and a good idea.
First, we completely distort the vision of his routine. We show him how strange his ordinary life is by altering it. Next, we strengthen his sense of control. We reinforce his decision-making and provide him with resolution instead of suppressing it. After that, we remove Trevor's fear of the outside world. There would be nothing to stop him from getting out. And then we give him a new aspiration, total and complete freedom.
Guess what, number 6?
그러니까
That
소리를
plan might not be a long shot
그
after all.
감정이 들 때마다 뭔가 머릿속에 막 주파수 막 이렇게 나오고 막 뇌파 나오고 막 소리 윙 하잖아. 머리 아파했잖아. 그거를 이제 뭔가 뇌파를 바꿔보자라는 거 같은데.
Rush Motors. The guys who manufacture the perfect work of engineering, according to Trevor.
이런 QR 코드를 수집하고 다녀야 되나 본데.
Looks like a retro version of an SP Next joypad. They must hire the worst of the worst to work here. I mean, how could you live with yourself knowing what you're doing? Vivian's disco.
Well, you work at American Arcadia.
Ooh, okay, that was a low blow, number 6. This is that awful line of workout videos and fitness meals. I think they sponsor Steve Just. Pet food, from Labradors to Florida box turtles.
다 된 거 같은데? 5개. 다 했지? 어? 차가 없다.
A healthier life would make Trevor less scared of dying, but also more unhappy and less free. Playing piano strengthens Trevor's mastery and his sense of freedom. Trevor's pet turtle Kovacs is a pillar of everyday happiness for him. Social events really stress Trevor out, and they seem to turn his mood upside down. Driving makes Trevor feel in control, but also in need of some freedom. Trevor looks pretty skilled playing video games, but from the looks of it, he doesn't have a great time playing them anymore.
이걸 뭐 어쩌라고? 저 맨 위에 저거는 어디 있을까? 사람이랑 이렇게 껴안고 있는 게 없는데? 그거는 어디에 사지?
An
요건데?
internet dating service. most citizens end up being matched with NPCs who provide them with exciting and generally completely fake love stories. According to this, Trevor feels like a romantic relationship might turn his world upside down.
다 모았다.
Might not have any control of his life, and this scares him. Yep, that sounds like him. This machine works, no doubt about it.
이걸로 뭐 어쩌라고?
There are 4 kinds of effects: aspiration, suppression, strengthening, and distortion.
이거를 세팅을 내가 하라는 거야? 그래서 이거를 아무것도 느끼지 않게 하라는 거지. 그러면은 일직선인 거를 찾아서 오면 되겠네? 그게 운동 운동 그리고 여러 가지 동물 차 사랑 이렇게 한번 해볼까?
Not a chance.
뭐더라? 운동 이거 이렇게 한번 해볼까?
This isn't correct.
그 경보음을 들었을 때 어떻게 반응을 하라고 해야 할까? 피어를 느끼면 안 되고 루틴? 프리덤 어떻게 해야 되지? 동물? 음악? 동물 음악? 사람? 아니야. 동물? 동물차 댄스 음악. 동물차 댄스 음악. 한번 해볼까? 동물차 댄스 음악 1446이라고? 어떻게 설정해야 되지? 1446? 이렇게? 왜?
This isn't correct.
뭐 어떻게 하라고? 피어 공포감을 없게 만들어야 되는 거 아니야? 어떻게 해야 되지? 난 어떡해. 나 이거 어떻게 해야 돼. 중간에 끊어져가지고. 아니 공포심만 없애면 되는 거 아니야? 아니 이거 그렇게 막 어려운 게임은 아니었던 걸로 기억하는데. 딱히 피지컬도 필요 없고. 그럼 이게 뭐지? 큰일 났다. 이게 딱 4개 입력하는 거였나? 4개 입력해야 되는 거면은 사람, 게임, 운동, 댄스. 사람, 게임, 운동, 댄스. 사랑, 게임, 운동, 댄스. 이건가? 아 진짜 뭐지? 진짜 모르겠는데? 이거 말고 4개만 있는 게 없는데? 있다. 컨트롤을 해야 되는구나. 에? 잠깐만. 하나가 이렇게 겹치는데? 4번째 줄래? 혹시 아는 사람 없어? 찬스 어디? 이거 힌트 없을걸? 힌트 없어. 잘 모르겠는데. 이거를 똑같은 걸 찾아야 되나? 첫 번째, 사람. 두 번째, 음악이나 차. 세 번째, 동물. 네 번째, 차. 그러면은 사람, 음악, 동물, 차. 사람, 음악, 동물, 차. 해볼까? 사람, 음악, 동물, 차. 이건 거 같은데? 왠지? 됐다! 거봐! 이거 그렇게 어려운 거 아니라니까?
What do we do next?
The drive-in theater must be the place. And while he's looking at the adjustment screen through his visual
자동차
goggles,
극장?
We send the anti-jingle through the audio system and bam! Trevor is free of the
예.
jingle.
너넨 바보야.
What is happening?
Attention all security personnel. Come immediately to realignment. There has been a security breach in the hexagon.
Must attract you, Kovacs. You better get out of there now.
나오래. 쉿. 깜짝이야.
So, in that moment, I realized that I had to escape from a top-notch security building if I didn't want to spend my life in jail. Needless to say, I got the hell out of there as fast as I could. I was worried sick about Trevor, but number 6 was there with him, so what could go wrong?
Trevor, this is number 6. I will be here to help you through the whole deprogramming process.
What? Why? Where's Angela?
Kovacs had to go. But everything will be okay, I promise. Meanwhile, I will be in charge of this whole operation.
Okay. What do I do now?
Move forward, please.
MBTI.
Hey, this is Arpad Kovacs' workshop.
That is correct. Look around for some sort of headset. Those would be Visiorama goggles.
I can see them here.
Put them on, please.
이게 뭐야, 바보 같아. VR이야 이거?
Oh boy, that's Elijah Walton's car. The Walton Mobile.
Yes. Get in the car and drive straight ahead. Once you've arrived, I will take care of the rest.
Okay, great.
차가 되게 바나나처럼 생겼어.
You know, I gotta admit, this town does have a special kind of charm.
It means a lot to me. It was the last thing I saw from Arcadia before getting out.
뭐야, 눈부셔.
Okay, I'm here.
Shall we do this, Trevor? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Cross your fingers, Trevor. We are counting on you.
눈부셔! 만화경 같은데? 얘들아, 눈 감아. 이거 그 눈 저거 된다. 이거 뭐라 그래? 눈에 세뇌된다 이거.
How are you feeling?
내 눈!
Should I be feeling any different? I don't know. Everything is still the same. I don't think this worked at all,
눈물
number 6.
줄줄 나.
You want me to stay in here? This is a waste of time. Ah, crap. So, what do we do now? You guys have a plan Z? Number 6? Are you there?
뭐야? 움직이는 거야, 내가?
Earth? This is so weird.
Don't be a fool, Trevor. Distort your routine.
Who said that?
Trevor Hills, welcome to
뭐야, 이거
American
마약한 거
Arcadia
아니야?
Stage 10B.
진짜 최면인가 보다.
Your life has been broadcast live for 28
세상이
years, 6
일그러졌는데?
months, and 2 days.
얼마 전에 했던 착시 현상 게임 같아.
Gives 2 shits about it. Thank you.
Hello, Clark.
Hi,
Trevor.
Lucille.
Hi.
어떻게 사람 이름이
Hello,
루시?
mannequin.
Hello.
Trevor, my man!
Gus! You're not dead!
Of course I'm not. I'm living on the edge now. Who would have thought, huh? By the way, you're going to the Spire party tonight?
No, I still have some stuff to finish here.
Trevor, man, would it kill you to do something interesting for the audience? Once in a while?
Sending to Ada and validated.
Don't be a fool, Trevor. Strengthen your control.
이번에는 광선. 네온 느낌이다.
Are you ready to infiltrate the secret Spectrex fortress?
No, I'm not into video games anymore.
We need you to defeat the evil Spectrex army once and for all. Move forward!
Admiral, where do I go? There's no way to...
Space Cadet! Well done, Space Cadet! You'll rise in the ranks in no time.
뿅! 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 어디로 가지? 떨어져? 그러네. 또 떨어져? 또 떨어져. 어? 안 되는데? 이렇게 떨어져야 되는구나. 계단, 뭐야? 이렇게? 아니야. 어떡해. 여기서 떨어지면은 이렇게.
Beware, Space Cadet! There's an evil Spectrex ship.
Spectrex ship. 유. 이렇게 또 떨어지면 되죠. 이렇게 떨어져서 이렇게 저기까지밖에 안 가는데. 아이고! 지금이니! 됐다. 이렇게 가서
Press the button to destroy the Spectrex fortress once and for all.
보호막 해제를 하고 떨어져서 여기서 떨어져서 저기로 가야 되는데. 됐어. 이렇게 가서 됐어. 여기서 어쩌라고. 이렇게?
You managed to defeat the evil Spectrex army.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Now enter your initials. Congratulations,
You
Space
said-
Cadet TCH. The Stellar Defense is proud of you. Thank you for playing. Insert coin.
이거 뭐야?
Ooh.
안 움직여지는데?
Don't be a fool, Trevor. Suppress your fear.
Muy bien. 눈알 괴물.
Any secrets you want to share?
나 돈스타즈에서 본 거 같아 이거. 아니면 막 텔레토비 동산 이런 데에서. 분위기 완전 공포 텔레토비잖아.
Entertainment. Open up to us. We're eager to consume your life.
blocking my way. Move, damn it! You move, jerk! Go down, now!
뭐야?
Shut up! I have to go up! And
나잖아!
I have to go down, you idiot! Move! You're an idiot! No, you're an idiot! Would you please stop arguing? We've been stuck here for hours!
나잖아. 어떡해? 여기가 길이 아닌가? 아, 저기 길이 아니었어. 못 올라가는데? 내려가야 되네. 왜 돌아가는 거지? 나잖아.
Hey, Trevor, keep going, man. The exit's right there.
밑에서 똥이 튀어나와요. 내려가지
Taking
않을까?
quite a long time. How long have I been walking this way? Did the other Trevor send you? The exit's a little bit further, man.
그러니까 오른쪽이라 그런데 화살표는 왼쪽이라서 왼쪽으로
Just a few
가는데요.
more steps and you're out, Trevor.
Right there. 맞나 이거? 계속 가는 거 똑같은 길 가는 거 같은데? 반대로 가야지. 에? 반대로 가니까 화살표가 바뀌었어.
The other Trevor sent you here, Trevor? Yeah, Trevor sent me here, Trevor. There must be a way out, Trevor. Yeah, Trevor, but which way?
Right there, Trevor. 또 트레버 있겠지? 또 다른 나가 있겠지 또? 다시 왼쪽 가야 되나 진짜로?
No. Into the other way around, Trevor.
혼났어. 또 다른 나한테 혼났어. 뭐야? 뭐야, 누가 진짜야? 에? 뭐야, 안 바뀌는데? 아, 거짓말만 말하는 사람 중에서 진실을 찾으세요 막 이러는 건가? 뭐야, 여기 있잖아 이 뻥쟁이 새끼. 나잖아 근데.
We don't really care about you. We just want to judge you. You're not good American Arcadia material, boy.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the scent of a subject on the run.
야, 저거 뭐야? 호시노 아이 아님? 호시노 아이잖아.
Your rhymes suck. Intentional or unintentional?
Come here, 10392. You are mine now. I got you. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the scent of a subject on the run.
걔 한번 숨어서.
Shiver with fear. Shiverts is near.
어머머머머머.
You won't make it out of here.
Your rhymes suck. Intentional or unintentional?
지금이야. 지금 아니야. 지금 아니야. 지금 아니야.
You won't escape. You don't have the guts.
밑으로 못 떨어지잖아. 아니 밑으로 못 떨어지잖아요.
I can see you just right there.
이거 판자 때문에. 판자에서 밑으로 떨어질 수 있어? 아, 부서질 수가 있었나?
Shiver with fear. Javert is near. You won't make it out of here.
그래서 숨어서 지금이야. 아이고 마음이 급한 당근카렌. 마음이 급해. 오케이 천천히 여기서 기다려서 가서 이렇게 완벽하게 가고 나면은 이렇게 가서 여기서 안돼! 너무 늦어! 아, 두 번에 걸쳐서 시도를 해야겠네. 그러니까 한 번 뒤로 빼야 되나봐. 메롱!
Shiver with fear. Javert is near. You won't make it out of here.
이렇게 메롱
I'm suck. Intentional or unintentional?
이렇게 가면은 이렇게 그리고
Javert will catch you no matter what. You won't escape. You don't have the guts.
야차! 됐어.
There are thousands just like you, locked inside our human zoo. Come here.
왜?
22. You are mine now. I got you.
러리 쿨하링 빔.
Shiver with fear. Javert is near. You won't make it out of here.
이렇게
Intentional or unintentional?
이렇게
You can scream,
오이 빔.
but you will never ever get out.
어머 무서워.
There are thousands just like you, locked
이렇게
inside our human zoo.
이렇게
Javert will catch you no matter what. You won't escape. You don't have the guts.
뛰어.
You know you won't get out. You hear me? I won't allow it.
That doesn't even rhyme, you idiot.
My fellow citizens, we have a new Edge Travel Grant winner.
이 정도면은 트레버의 정신병이 아닌가?
Trevor Hills. Any fans of Trevor Hills here? Of course not, because he has a boring life that nobody gives two shits about.
어.
He might find it hard to believe right now, but we really care about his well-being. Nah, actually we don't. So please, when you finish this obstacle course, there's an agreement I need you to sign. Then we'll brainwash you and let you go. Or maybe not. Who knows? That's the way we handle Arcadia's intricate lies.
대형 TV.
Oh, look, it's Poinciana Drive, 1465. The most uninteresting house in Arcadia.
Would you please leave me
뭐
alone?
2D 됐어. 와 2D 도트가 됐어. 조금 더 화질이 좋아지나 여기로 가면은? 에 뭐야?
Ooh, looks like he found out he's inside a TV show. What is average Joe gonna do now? And most important, who cares?
Shut up. You're a horrible person.
Horrible, but interesting. Unlike you.
어떻게 하라고? 그러게 프레임 왜 이래? 이렇게 나가서 이렇게 나가서 아니 왜 이렇게 아 뭐야 여기 세상이 뒤집어졌는데? 여기 세상이 뒤집어졌잖아. 문 열려나? 뿅. 그래서 여기로 올라가서 여기도 닫혔는데?
Trevor, the ratings are plummeting, and it's all your fault. Now Trevor is inside the Grand Hotel Cygnus, although he obviously can't afford it.
저거 어떻게
I live
뒤집었지?
in Arcadia. Why would I want to stay at a hotel?
But you can't afford it anyway, can you?
이거 어떻게 뒤집지? 버튼을 한 번 더 눌러야 되냐고. 그냥 TV가 뒤집힌 거 아니야? 버튼은 못 눌러. 저기서 뭔가 해야 되나 본데, 여기에서? 뭐 하는 게 없는데? 그러게, 뭘 할 수 있는 게 없는데? 뭔가 가져올 만한 게 없을까? 또 무슨 퍼즐이지? 이거다! 이 TV를 끌고 가서 여기서 발판을 뽑아서 올라가는 게 아닐까라는 생각. 끝까지 해놓고 여기서 이렇게 됐어.
And another plan that fails. Good job.
그러면은
What is that now?
이러면은
Plan E, Plan F. You're
이
gonna run out of letters
TV를
at this
다시
rate.
끌고 와서 저기로 올라가야 되니까요. 밀어. 계속 밀어. 올라가서요. 이번에는 여기 왼쪽으로.
Oh, good. This place again. Definitely on a clip show. Trevor, this is not good American Arcadia material.
저긴 취조실인데?
Where are you going, Trevor?
근데 이거 되게 잘 만들었다. 좀 게임이 멀미가 나 근데. 여기 아니야? 여기 오른쪽 말하는 거지?
Why are you still trying when you know there is no way to
그러네,
escape
여기다.
from Arcadia?
Mind your own damn business.
Who do you think you are?
오,
Some sort of
미끄러지는
action
효과.
hero?
좀 봄에.
You've been conditioned to recognize an acoustic pattern. You've been hearing it throughout your whole life. It provides an extreme sensation of well-being and comfort. You were born with it just like any other Arcadian citizen. So the only way to escape from Arcadia is by pressing a failsafe button. You've been conditioned to recognize an acoustic pattern. You've been hearing it throughout your whole life. It provides an extreme sensation of well-being and comfort.
점프!
You were born with it just like any other Arcadian citizen.
여기서
So the only way to escape from Arcadia is by pressing a failsafe button. Failsafe button.
맞다.
A failsafe button. You'll be free of it in a matter of seconds.
뭐야, 뒤에 사람 있었구나. 몰랐어. 깜짝이야. 트레버인데? 난데? 눈 부셔.
Trevor.
Okay, who is this?
I am Angela Guardiana.
Wow, a guardian angel. Like Clarence in It's a Wonderful Life.
Now your aspiration must be freedom. Freedom like no other. In a sunlight chrome rush 166
눈 감아, 눈 감아. 얘들아, 시력 보호해. 눈 감아. 이렇게 밝은 거 보면
Your favorite car.
내 눈.
On a rainbow road! Where are you guiding me, Angela Guardiana?
You are going to escape from Arcadia.
Ooh, sugar
And how am I
rush.
going to do that?
With the help of Kovacs, of course.
Look at you, Kovacs!
Yeah.
Thanks to my exquisite cabbage breakfast. That was
quite a trip.
와, 탈 거.
Buzz, are you sure the jingle won't affect me now?
Of course. You're 100% jingle free. See, Trevor? Science always finds a way.
Gee, this is awesome.
여러분,
Man, you're gonna make it.
No, Kovacs, don't say that. You'll jinx it again.
달팽이랑 거북이가 달리기 시합을 하고 있었어요. 근데 달리던 달팽이가 너무 힘들어서 거북이 등에 업혔거든. 그런데 달팽이가 한 말은
What are you doing in here? This is the
Whee!
Limelight, the best disco club on the 15th floor of the Arcadia Spire. Owned by yours truly, Vivian Walton.
I don't want to be here. I'm not really into clubbing.
Then leave now.
Yeah, I would, but I can't stop dancing. I gotta admit, this rhythm is super groovy.
Keep your hands off my CCTV system.
에이!
You don't have the required rank
눈이다, 눈!
or manipulate Arcadia's
눈을 댔는데?
I'm just trying to get out of here. Leave me alone. Well, if it isn't jingle emitters.
Stop messing with the Arcadian-born citizens.
That's the pot calling the kettle black.
Knock it off, you pathetic, boring idiot!
I'm going up. Yeah! This ends today, Vivian. You hear me?
미안한데 나도 이거 내용 이해 못하겠어 지금. 그냥 점점 약간 병맛에 병맛이 되는 기분.
The feeling is mutual.
답 뭐예요?
are a
위!
mediocre, dull,
Oh.
uninteresting person. And you are ruining everything.
You're damn right. I'm gonna ruin this city for good.
You don't have the
이씨!
guts, Trevor.
됐어. 나 말 안 해. 너네 이해 못해가지고. 아, 너네 이해 못해서 이미
This
틀렸어.
ends today, Vivian. You hear me?
넘겨.
Arcadia ends today.
아, 진짜 이걸 이해를 못하네.
Don't press it, Trevor, please. No. No. I'm melting. I'm melting.
Trevor? Trevor, can you hear me? Trevor?
아, 이때까지 이거 그거 헬멧 쓰고 있... 아, 세뇌당했네. 세뇌당하는 과정이었구나.
How do you feel now, Trevor?
Like I took the worst 30-minute nap of my life.
30 minutes? You've been unconscious for almost 10 hours.
Really?
But I assume you are finally free of the jingle. Now, get out of the car and head towards...
And what about the others?
What do you mean, the others?
The other 23,413 Arcadian-born citizens. What about them?
We will come back for them, but for now we must get you out.
Sorry, but I'm not leaving. Not before I press that fail-safe button and take the Arcadia Dome down.
Trevor, listen, you are confused. You're talking nonsense. Please do not...
Please thank Angela for everything.
I waited for hours, and there was no news from Trevor or Number 6. Nothing. I was thinking that our plan had gone down the drain for the 4th or 5th time. Worst activist group ever. But then, something happened. Something that nobody had taken into account. That I was the only one following Trevor's track camera. What the f... You gotta be shitting me.
Thank you so
어,
much.
챕터
Thank
6
you.
완료.
It is indisputable that times are changing, and everything seems to be brand new these days. Brand new audiences with brand new interests that interact and communicate using brand new devices. At Walton Media, we believe American Arcadia needs to keep evolving and adapting. Many years ago, we expanded from free-to-air TV to a cable network. When the internet arrived, we grew from a television channel to a website. And now, smartphones are here. A new challenge. So, I present you the brand new American Arcadia Live app. Now you'll just be a click away from enjoying all the best American Arcadia content in your phone. You don't need to tune your TV or log into your computer anymore.
그러니까 사람들을 세뇌시켜가지고 옛날 시대에 머무른 거야. 그래서 좋은 기술로 사람들을 감시하는 거지.
Because when anything interesting happens to your favorite characters, the AA Live app will notify you instantly. With its brand new real-time stream, you can vote live. You can comment live. You can be part of American Arcadia Live. We are excited to bring all of the American Arcadia content to every user everywhere in the world at any time. Okay, you guys want to know a release date? Well, AA Live is available to download right now, and it's completely free.
I've always tried to be a model citizen. I'm a nice, polite person.
뭐야? 야! 시청자 왜 이렇게 많아? 뭐야?
I never refused to work overtime. Well, I've been asked to, not once. I pay my taxes religiously, even when they are quite high. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've never hurt a fly. Never, ever committed a crime. Not even a minor traffic violation. I've never even littered. Ever. And you have screwed up my life for good, you miserable pricks. You're gonna pay for this, Arcadia!
Oh no. He's really going to the Spire.
Wow.
There's something really weird happening here.
눈 온다.
And then I started to connect the dots. How is it possible that until then I was
이번
Trevor's only
크리스마스
follower?
때 눈이
And suddenly
오려나?
now he had more than 1 million viewers. There was only one person besides me who knew where Trevor was. Number 6 knew a lot of things about me, but what did I know of him? Something didn't add up. So I decided to track him. Where are you now, you always resolute, no contractions lying piece of shit? Let's find out. What? He's in the state. Number 6 is in the city too? This is the area. He's... Jesus. No. Number 6 is inside Arcadia? God, I'm such an idiot. I have to get inside Arcadia and quick. But I need a special ride to
여기는
bypass all
현실
access
세계야.
controls. And I know where they come
여기는
from.
평범한 2023년도의
Trevor, I'm coming.
세상이고
Stay safe and... Hi, Dios mío.
여기는 다른 곳이야.
392, stop the car. Surrender now or we'll be forced to use extreme measures.
Extreme measures? You want to run me off the road again? Huh? Let's see who pushes who now, you bastards! Take this!
Are you crazy? You're gonna get us killed!
Oh! Now I'm crazy? See how crazy
No!
I can get? Is that crazy enough for you? Huh? Soar higher than ever before? Soar higher than ever before? Yeah! I'll soar higher than ever before! And that was my second crash of the weekend. But this one was broadcast publicly.
Oh, it was, yeah.
At least this time I crashed on purpose. Well, not exactly, but you know what I mean. I'm still here! It ends today! Arcadia ends today!
뾰.
10392, hold it! Where are you going?
You know where I'm going. Catch me if you can!
Catch me if you can.
Whoa. Time to go jogging, idiots!
뭐 따로 잡힐 것 같은데?
Subject is running through the Spire basement.
Hey! How's your buddy
Jump!
with the broken leg doing?
Jump!
Send him my regards!
Jump! Jump!
Just say you asshole!
Jump!
Please remember to adhere to official
Jump!
interceptor terminology.
Shut up! This is
Jump!
personal now!
Oh! Now it's personal? Well, good!
다시! 안 잡혔죠. 뿅! 뭐야, 왜 이렇게 느긋느긋해? 뿅!
10392 spotted at the Spire Japanese Garden.
There he is! Get that moron!
비켜세요!
One at a time, you cowards! Hey!
뭐야, 190만
He's running through the hallway.
미쳤나봐.
Unit C, prepare for frontal
Pew!
interception.
뿅! 잡혔는데? 어떻게 해줘야 됐어?
10-392 spotted at the Spire Japanese Garden.
There he is!
Move!
Come on, one at a time, you cowards!
Hey! He's running through the hallway fountain! Unit C, prepare for frontal interception!
Yep.
Frontal my ass!
10-392 is claiming that...
Yep.
What is he doing? This guy's a lunatic!
What? You afraid of heights?
Yep. Yep.
I'll try to... this is insane!
Jump!
All units, get him before he gets inside the elevator!
잡히나?
Go, go,
잡히나? 잠깐만요!
Good evening.
안녕하세요.
Hello? Didn't we meet at the Cygnus yesterday?
Oh, yeah, you're right. How is everything?
Good, good. You're going to the restaurant too?
No, I'm going to the top of the Arcadia Spire to destroy the city.
Oh. Okay.
I guess I just got a little bit tired of the good old 70s. But hey, you two enjoy your dinner. Have a good night. Bye.
Welcome to the top of the Spire restaurant.
Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation?
잠깐만.
I do not.
What's gotten into him?
가자. 가자.
I hate that song. I hate it.
There he is! Subject, stop!
No. I will
Jump.
not.
뭐야, 뒤에 잡힐 것 같은. 점프.
Surrender now and stop running! This is crazy!
점프. 아니 이렇게 일직선으로 달리는다. 못 잡는 게 더 말이 안 되는 거 아니야?
Blocking the exits.
와리가리도 아니고. 점프. 근무 태만입니다. 점프. 잠깐만.
Surrender now and stop running! This is crazy!
점프.
All units are blocking the exits.
Jump.
There's no escape.
점프. 어디더라? 여기서 이렇게
Hear that 10-392? There's no...
점프. 우와, 어떻게 여기 딱 들어갔지? 잠깐만. 이걸 안 쫓아온다고? 얘네 다 뷰본 아니야?
What the? What?
What the
I'm live?
fuck?
On TV? Really? Is everyone watching me now? Listen to me for 1 second. American Arcadia audience, this is not right. Your sole source of entertainment can't be other people's lives.
갑자기 채팅 빨라졌다.
Our lives belong to...
Run free.
Oh, you
Power,
miserable pricks.
style, and balance.
Don't you cut to commercial.
슬로우 채팅 10시간이요.
Stole my line?
야, 대박! 야, 지금 현실 시간이랑 똑같은데, 시간이? 무서워. 10분! 됐다! 무서워! 좀 무서웠다, 이거는. 되게 똑똑하다, 게임이. 이런 걸 노렸다는 거잖아, 그러면.
Wow, Trevor is wreaking total havoc.
뭐야, 이게 경찰서인데? 이게 제일 멋있게 생겼는데?
I have to admit, Javert's car. Oh, and it has tinted windows. Javert's car. Oh, and it has tinted windows.
뭘 해야 돼, 내가? 빰빰빰빰빰빰빰빰 빵빵빵빵빵빵빵빵 옥수수빵 생크림빵 뽀빵 빰빵 완빵빵 잡채빵 고로케빵 빵빵 어디로 가는데? MB 레인저 아니야? 아, 차키 이거 가져가면 되는 거 아니야? 굿.
Miss Solano, what are you doing in here?
Stay away from me. Stay away or
It's over, Miss Solano.
do not come close. What does the failsafe button do?
Drop the gun.
이거
Miss
테이저건
Solano.
아니야?
Tell
지지지.
me, or I'll shoot you.
I know when someone has what it takes to pull the
이러면
trigger.
이렇게 말하는
Just by
사람들
looking
꼭 총
in
맞아
their
죽더라.
eyes. And you don't
왜
have the
자극하지? 총 들고 있는 사람을? 아니 바보 아니야? 아니 네가 자극했잖아. 네가 먼저 시작했잖아. 너 한 번 더 내가
What happened
튀겨지고
to
싶어?
Darth Vader voice, you freaking weirdo.
What? Wait,
그러네?
Who the hell are you?
야 목소리 오 이렇게 말하던 거
I'm
완전
Terry Robinson. I'm just an actor.
What the fuck?
But if you want to make sure that nobody leaves this city, I am your man.
Okay. Cut.
How is that? I can do it in a different style if you like. More like T-1000, you know? Cold as ice. Maybe a
그럼
tongue in
실존
toes
인물이
and
따로 있는
fugitive
건가?
vibe. I can do whatever you need.
Yeah. We'll get in touch with you in any case, Mr. Robinson.
Does that mean that I got the part? Or
We still have to make a decision.
동굴
Mr. Robinson.
목소리를
Please
일부러
return the
낼
jacket
수가
to the
있어?
wardrobe department when you leave.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm ready whenever you need me. Okay.
우와 신기하다. 저런 동굴 목소리 나는 사람들 목젖 한번 잡아보고 싶어.
I never should have taken this
이만할 것
job.
같아 목젖이.
Listen to me. I still have 2 more shots in this thing, so you better start spilling the beans or I'll fry your balls.
No. Take the pen drive. Everything is there.
방금 번역이 잘못됐어. 너의 땅콩이
I better check with
튀겨지기
inside the pen
싫으면
drive.
말해
There's a
이렇게라고
computer
했어.
right there.
나 아직 2발 더 남았는데 너의 땅콩을 지져버릴 테니 빨리 아는 거 다 말해라고 말했어.
Pathetic. Pathetic.
Oh, Jesus. How many floors have I climbed? This is it. Floor 140. This is where Vivian's penthouse is. I should be tired, but I'm bursting with energy.
Hey!
That's Trevor Hills.
It's that crazy guy from the Central Station incident.
Steve, do something.
Hey, calm down, man. Calm down.
Get out of my way.
Take it easy, buddy.
Get
Don't do
out
anything
my
stupid, all
way.
right?
I said out of my way.
Do you know who I am? I'm Steve Just. You're in my...
Oh shit!
To get out of my way. Oh, and by the way, Arcadia
그래 내
is a
캐릭터는
TV
오른쪽으로밖에
show.
못 가니까
So say
네가
hello to
나와.
the audience, you spandex wearing idiot.
Idiot!
No, he's going to Vivian's penthouse.
You're damn right I'm going to
왜
Vivian's
돈을 안
penthouse.
받지?
Vivian! Let me in! It'll only be a second. I'll press the failsafe button, and then I'll leave. What the... This city never ceases to disappoint me. More of these emitters. Funny, I can hear the
여기는
jingle, but
이응 시옷
sounds
이응
kinda different.
하는 사람
Now
없어서
it's
좋네요.
just annoying, but it's kind of pushing me out instead of pulling me in.
여기가 지금 트위치의 미래야. 앞으로 영어 채팅만 겁나게 올라올 듯.
Wait, where am I? I'm out of the dome now?
드디어 세상 밖으로 나갔다. 여기가 이제 현실 세계예요. 여기 밑에가 돔이야, 돔. 온실같이 생긴.
Oh my god, he punched Steve just. I shouldn't be laughing. This is serious.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank God for tinted windows.
10392 is inside, sir. We got all our units after him.
Thanks for the info, assholes. Oh, may the Walton Mobile rest in peace. Well, at least I know I'm on the right track. Really? Kendra, I'm in a little bit of a hurry right now, so...
It was you all along, right? Admit it. You have been helping Trevor Hills escape. You leaked those images to the press. Have you seen the damage you've done? Admit it. Admit it now.
Kendra, admit what? What are you talking about?
You know what? It's over. You are fired, Angela.
You know what, Kendra? I would gladly take my severance package and leave this shithole you call a company, but that would prevent me from suing Walton Media. Oh boy, I guarantee you I am suing all your asses, so I quit.
What?
And now that I don't work for you, here's something that I've wanted to tell you for a long time. You are a despotic, egotistic, and miserable human being, and the worst boss I've ever had!
Oh, you better take that back immediately,
Or what? I know.
온다. 야, 캔들아 온다. 야, 쟤 온다.
Me now, huh?
어떡해? 온다.
How dare you? I am going to.
Vete pa'l carajo! God, that felt great. Okay, let's focus. Trevor, where are you now?
안젤라 졸라 센 언니였어. 400만 명이 보는지 380. 약간 그런 느낌이지. 우리나라의 대통령이 다른 나라에 가서 갇혔는데 탈출하는 걸 생방송으로 보는 느낌. 아니면 대통령 무인도 한 일주일 살아남기 약간 요런 거 실시간으로 보는 느낌.
Quick, I have to get there with this pen drive. Let's show the truth to everybody.
(400만 명).
Now what are you gonna do? You wanna shoot me? You wanna kill me here live? Just try it.
쏠 테면 쏴봐! 이러면서 자극하면 항상 총 쏜다니까? 원래 진짜 총 쏠 생각 없었는데 이씨 자존심을 건드려? 쏠 수 있다! '빵! '하고 쏜다고 그냥 자극해라. 자극해라. '빵! '하고 쏜다고 그냥 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 자 나도 똑같아. 나도 그냥 너 손들어 죽는다. 나 진짜 쏠 수 있어. 이렇게 하는데 못 쏘잖아요. 이렇게 하면은 진짜 빵 하고 쏴버리고 그냥 알겠어요. 죄송해요. 총 쏘지 마세요. 이러면 봐줄게. 이렇게 하지. 앞에는 안 할. 한다. 나 진짜 밴 할 수 있어. 나 클릭 한 번이면 너 영구 밴 가능이야. 나 밴 하면 이제 풀어주지도 못해. 그 어제 뷰봇들 다 강퇴시켜놔가지고 그 속에 너를 찾을 수 없어. 나 진짜 한다. 할 수 있다. 자극해. 너 나 지금 자극하는 거야.
Finally, viewers of American Arcadia.
귀여운
My name
녀석들.
is Trevor Hills. I'm a 28-year-old account manager.
이거
with
이마로
no friends
깨면은
and a boring
100만
life
원.
nobody gives
이거
two
이마로
shits
이렇게
about.
버튼 누르면
I'm here
100만
to
원.
tell you to enjoy these last
100만 원
minutes
빌려줄 사람.
because your
100만 원
favorite
빌려줄
show
사람.
is getting canceled today.
이마로 안 했네. 감 없네. 방송감 뒤졌네. 없네.
Now what?
Trevor, you are live in front of the American Arcadia audience, and you are the first citizen to escape from Arcadia! A thrilling, brand new American Arcadia spin-off where citizens finally manage to break the fourth wall and escape to the outside world. Each week, a new citizen will find out the truth. And Trevor Hills, a 28-year-old account manager from the Poinciana Drive district, is our first fugitive. Now, let's see a recap of Trevor's run.
이거를 오히려 쇼로 만들어가지고 진짜 진실을 묻어버리는 거야.
Trevor lived a quiet and peaceful life in Arcadia. Little did he know that his world was about to be turned upside down very soon.
방종 때 한 번만 호스팅 해달라고 하자고.
Co-worker Gus Rainey won the Edge travel grant. Nothing out of the ordinary. But just a few days after Gus disappeared, some very strange things.
여러분 스토리가 궁금하셨던 분들 지금 요약본 나오고 있었는데 끊어졌어요 또.
No, it's Angela. She's edited the teaser trailer
During his
video.
2-day run, Trevor has been the protagonist
now.
of yet another example of how Walton Media
Interrupt
feeds a
broadcast
degrading spectacle.
광고입니다.
Oh, shit, that was a major screw-up. Who was in charge of all of this? And who thought it was a good idea to give that guy all the information? He's just a damn actor, for God's sake. Hold on a second, Trevor. I don't know. Let me talk with him. I said I'll talk with him.
그러네. 이거 방송 나가는 거 아니야?
Jesus, I'm surrounded by idiots.
What the hell was all that?
I told you. The only way to escape
근데
from
죄송한데 트레버 엉덩이가 너무 돋보여요. 힙업 제대로 됐는데 왜 엉덩이에다가 조명을 쏘고 있는 거지? 엉덩이만 보이잖아 지금. 봐봐. 엉덩이만 보여. 힙업 장난 아닌데?
Congratulations. You are the first official Arcadia fugitive.
Well, you won't be so happy when we bring everything you've done to light. Breakout knows everything.
이래서 조명은 아래에서 위로 쏘면 안 됩니다.
할로 디스컬터 표준어 표도 버전 회의 스트림 시타커 텔레베저 포테논 린도 디어.
Wait, what is this? Another one of the show's intricate lies?
Not at all. Breakout number 6, they're not lies. Just, controlled dissidents.
Huh?
Can't say the same about Vivian Walton, though.
My real name is Emily Garland. I was one of the 6 people who escaped Arcadia many years ago. In fact, if you look at some of the leaked pictures, you might even see my face. When we got out, we founded Breakout. We tried to fight against Walton Media, and do you know what happened? After living a few years in the outside world, I begged them to let me back inside. And since Don Walton had died and the company needed a new face to reconnect with the audience, Elijah Walton's lost granddaughter popped up out of nowhere, and they got a popular TV host for American Arcadia for the same price.
You sellout.
아니 TTS 그거 상관없는데 나는 무슨 뜻인지 모르겠어.
Hey, it wasn't just me. The 6 of us reached an agreement, an amount both sides considered acceptable. And about being a prisoner, well, let's just say that's how I knew the most interesting thing that ever happened in Arcadia was our escape. And by the looks of it, I wasn't wrong. You should see the audience ratings.
Adios!
Through the roof.
My God, how could you have done all this?
Trevor, I don't think you have the full picture. Has Angela told you about how life is out there? Gun violence, addictions, poverty, political corruption, healthcare costs? God, I thought I was locked in a cage, but when I got out, I realized I'd been living in Eden.
Oh!
Well, I don't care. I want to live a real life. I want to get out. Do you understand that? I want to get out.
Out of where? Look around you. When have you seen snow in Arcadia? You are already out. Oh, and best of luck, because it's 2023 out there and you're almost, 30? You don't have any employable skills, and you know nothing about the real world. So that's it, Trevor. You're free to leave. Bye-bye. Don't let the door hit ya. Or
what?
Or we reach an agreement. An amount both parts consider acceptable. Enough for you to start a new life wherever you want. Just all I ask is that you talk to the American Arcadia audience. Say your life was never really at risk.
That's a lie. You've tortured me. You've brainwashed me. You almost killed me. I could have died.
Don't be so dramatic. Everything was under control, except for a few minor things, and technically those were Angela's actions, not ours.
You were the one guiding Angela! Jesus, what kind of a monster are you?
Listen, I know things would be easier if I were some sort of a soap opera villain that you could blame everything on. But I'm not the villain. Not me, not Walton Media, or that pathetic B-movie actor that Angela tased. No. It's them, Trevor. The audience. They're the villains. They didn't give a shit about your life until you started having a really miserable time. And look at it now, Trevor. You are the most popular person in Arcadia by far.
And what? You need the most popular person in Arcadia to fix your screw-up?
Trevor, honestly, one sorry-ass edited video isn't gonna prevent Escape from Arcadia from becoming a hit. The audience is quick to forget, especially ours. Having said that, we have invested considerable time and money in this publicity stunt, and we don't want the show to start off on the wrong foot. So, my advice from one Arcadia fugitive to another: take the big pile of money, say thank you, and leave. Think about it. Yeah, I think we're good. Yep, I believe he's ready to talk. Hello, we're back, live from the top of the Arcadia Spire. As promised, Trevor Hills, our first Arcadia fugitive, has something to clarify about his exciting run.
안 했는데.
Trevor, why did you do what you did in that moment?
Oh, that. Yeah. Well, Vivian made a poor choice of words.
Do the right thing here, son. Don't be a fool.
Leave me
깜짝이야.
the fuck alone!
아이씨, 아니, 이게 뭐야? 아니 엔딩이에요? 에? 잠깐만, 뭐야? 갑자기
one you call your woman is nothing but a devil in disguise.
조금 김새긴 한다. 아니 조금 방송 부담감. 오케이. 그러니까 내가 감당할 수 있는 그 감정의 선을 넘어선 거야 이미. 에이. 나 근데 이거 하고 나니까 진짜 트루먼 쇼가 궁금해졌어요. 여기 에스파뇰 나온다. 트루먼 쇼 주인공 그 짐 캐리 아니에요? 뚜라. 우리 나중에 후회할 때 트루먼 쇼 볼 수 있으면 볼까? 에이! 같이 보기 있다고? 에? 아닐걸? 그러니까 같이 보기가 있어도 영화나 드라마나 뭔가 이런 것들은 아예 그 저작권 그거 판권을 사야 돼가지고 안 될걸? 파스 보니까 자막까지는 보이게 해놓고 본다고요? 진짜로? 그게 무슨 말이야? 일단 뭐 오피셜은 잘 모르겠으니까. 자, 아무튼 이렇게 해서 끝났다고 합니다. 아니 노래 다 들어야겠다.
에스터 빈린도 QL 스트림 CK 빌링그 XD.
뭐라는 거야? 1비트 감사합니다. 고맙다. 뭐라는 거야? 야, 뭐라는 거야? Speak English. Speak English. I don't understand what you mean. 뭐야? 어쩐지 역시 뭔가 하나 숨겨진 그 에피소드가 하나 더 있을 것 같았어.
We will see, buddy.
Did you hear Vivian's last statement? You think they're really gonna sue?
야, 얘네 같이 살아?
They definitely know that everything in our documentary is the truth.
Español.
So this is a stalemate.
Yeah, I guess it is. You know what still amazes me? How could Vivian experience the same shit that you did and still sell her soul?
Well, she didn't have you.
Aww.
이 게임 재밌어? 스토리 볼 때는 재밌어. 스토리 진짜 좋아.
I never said I'm not affectionate. It just takes a little while for me to let people in. Hey, stop picking on me, okay? That thing you wanted to see is starting.
요 솔로시온 이디어널로스
Oh,
이머즈
talking
선택과
about selling a soul.
My name
아이씨.
is Steve Just. I was the most popular person in Arcadia.
Wow, Steve Just has been Trevorified.
Recently, I found out the truth.
You didn't find out anything, you
¿Cómo?
jackass. I told you.
됐어?
After you punched him in the face, which I have to admit was super hilarious.
I'm not exactly proud of that.
My life had been nothing but a lie.
나 욕한다.
Under the alias Kovacs.
나 욕한다.
I helped others to
Kovacs? Oh, come
I
on.
can say
They even
bad
stole that from
word.
us.
Please come up with something original, you assholes.
escape from Arcadia. Sundays at 8 p.m.
What a crock of shit.
Enough already. Turn it off, Ange.
내 세상이 꺼졌어. 아! 뭐야? 내 세상이 꺼지고 나니까 이렇게 에러 팝업 떴어. What the heck? 와, 이 게임 진짜 참신한데? 6.6시간을 마무리로 게임이 끝났어요. 엔딩 완료! 근데 스토리 너무 참신한데? 좋았는데요? 저는 이 게임? 재밌었어. 좀 힘들긴 했지만 포스트 프로세싱인가 뭔가 그거 있어가지고 안티 엘리오싱 그거 있어가지고 좀 멀미가 나긴 했지만 한 번에 플레이하기는 힘든데 또 끊어서 하기에는 뭔가 조금 약간 몰입이 살짝 떨어지고 개연성이 살짝 떨어지고 가면 갈수록 이런 게 좀 있었지만 그래도 참신했어요. 여러 가지 방면으로 이렇게 다가가는 느낌? 다른 시각이나 이런 거 시점 변화 이런 거 다 좋았어. 정말 약간 오랜만에 와, 잘 만든 게임이다 라는 느낌? 라고 느꼈어. 애초에 엄청 유명했던 영화 벤치마킹에서 만든 거라서 재미가 없을 수 없는 어쩐지. 잠깐만, 그게 끝이야? 그게 아니고 이거 옛날 예전에 좀 됐어. 좀 올해 며칠 전에 게임을 하다가 중간에 된 거라 총 플레이는 6시간 정도 했어요. 아니야. 총 6시간, 6.8시간 했다. 거의 7시간 만에 엔딩 봤습니다. 스토리 절대 짧지 않아요. 재밌었어요. 재밌었어. 아유, 내가 진짜 6시간은 살짝 짧다고? 무슨 소리야? 야, 내가 저번에 이거 방송하는 이거 처음 이거 엔딩까지 한번 가볼까요? 했는 날에 너네 다 도망갔었잖아. 그림자복도요? 삭제했는데? 그 맨 마지막 스테이지인가? 거기 남았을걸. 근데 너무 길어. 찍먹이었냐고? 근데 그때도 야, 너네는 내가 존겜스인데 게임 키면 다 도망가는 것들이 이제 트위치가 사라진다고 하니까 당근카렌도 뒤질까봐 이제 네이버도 못 가고 이제 말라 죽어버릴까봐 뒤늦게 장작 넣어놓고서는 이거 하죠 저거 하죠. 뒤늦게 이미 늦었어 임마. 흐름 다 끊겼는데 나는 흐름 끊기면 게임 안 하잖아. 내가 왜 존겜 쓰는지 알아? 원래부터 이 게임 저 게임 하는 거 좋아하긴 하지만 흐름 끊기면은 다른 걸 해야 된다고. 그건 너네가 잘못된 거지. 안 하고 싶은 걸 못 하겠는 걸 어떡하라고. 믹스마스터 해주세요. 2,000원 리턴 해주세요. 빡큐! 아, 누가 키운 찍먹스냐? 메렌 30레벨 켜낭해주세요. 메렌 하지 말라며. 메렌 요즘 불안정한다고 하지 메렌매. 바람의 나라 해주세요. 일렌시아. 야, 바람의 나라 해보고 싶다. 바람의 나라 들어가서 뭐야, 다람쥐 겁나 잡고 싶다. 거기 다람쥐 꼬리가 엄청 토실토실하게 생겼잖아. 도토리 막 다 있고 다 줍고 다니고 싶고 막 무릎으로 막 귀혼이요. 귀혼은 아예 게임이 사라진 거 아니야? 그러면 롤 골드 켜낭해주세요. 아휴 진짜. 어휴 진짜. 야, 백날 브론즈 백날 브론즈 하면서 닦아봐라. 금색으로 반짝거리나. 저 어이없어. 피아노 학원 야방해주세요. 도, 레, 미. 당카 최근에 또 스위치 하나 주문했어. 닌텐도 말고 키보드 스위치를 새 거를 카일 박스 배축이 생각보다 소리는 좋은데 풀 윤활에다가 소리는 좋지만 단카 기준 키압이 너무 저기라서 내가 생각했을 때는 스프링의 문제인 것 같아. 스프링이 너무 단단하고 짱짱한 스프링이 돼가지고 걸렸다가 다시 나오는데 힘이 많이 들어가는 거야. 그래가지고 스프링을 좀 낭창낭창한 스프링으로 좀 바꾼 다음에 써봐야 되겠어요. 근데 그 전까지 한번 바꾸는 김에 이제 다른 축을 한번 써볼까 생각을 했어. 무슨 축 샀더라 내가? 잠깐만, 내가 뭔 축 샀더라? 기다려봐요. 기타 크루고 하면 안 되겠죠? 괜찮아. 알빨노 괜찮아. 에클레오 리니어 스위치. 단카 리니어 스위치 별로 안 좋아해서 나한테는 별로 안 와닿는 소리라 나는 클릭 소리를 좋아해가지고 클릭 스위치만 사서 썼었는데 요즘에는 클릭 스위치 마음에 드는 거 찾는 게 힘들어서 그래서 근데 그 중에 홀리판다랑 이런 거랑 다 봤는데 사람들은 약간 좀 도각도각 서걱서걱 톡톡톡톡 이런 소리를 좋아하더라고. 근데 약간 나는 살짝 초코초코 이런 소리를 좋아해서 에클레어 리니어 스위치를 한번 샀습니다. 윤활이 안 돼 있어가지고 오자마자 윤활하고 오자마자 윤활 다 한 다음에 한번 껴서 써보려고. 근데 마음에 안 들면은 그냥 이것도 다 뽑아가지고 마음에 조금 써보고 마음에 안 들면은 그냥 뽑아놨다가 주변에 아는 사람 키덕 있으면은 키덕에게 주거나 아니면 맛동산 키덕이 있으면은 맛동산 키덕에게 주거나 그래 볼까 생각 중이야. 윤활 귀찮은데 언제나 해. 스프링 같은 거는 나는 이제 그 카박백은 스프링만 윤활하면 되는 그 스프링 같은 건 그냥 이렇게 위생팩에 넣어가지고 이렇게 다 하면 돼. 이렇게 하면 돼. 그리고 그 여자들은 화장할 때 브러쉬 같은 게 많아서 근데 짧은 브러쉬 같은 걸로 이렇게 윤활 다 하면 되는데 금방인데 이게 키캡을 뺐다가 꼈다가 하는 게 귀찮은 거지. 스위치 윤활 키트 팔다고? 근데 그 뭐지 윤활제에 따른 거 아닌가? 난 그렇게 생각하는데 딱히 장비는 그렇게 중요하진 않다 생각해. 아무튼 그렇습니다. 내가 한번 먼저 써볼게. 이게 후기가 많이 없더라고. 에클레어 리니어 스위치가. 근데 색깔이 되게 귀엽게 생겼어. 색깔이 하얀 색깔 바탕에 축은 연보라 색깔이야. 솔직히 색깔에 조금 꽂힌 게 있긴 한데 알파노 손맛만 좋으면 됐지. 아무튼 그렇습니다. 그리고 있잖아, 단카 어제 방종하고 나서 혼자 이제 고민 좀 하다가 그냥 한시라도 그냥 빨리 신청을 하는 게 나을 것 같아서 네이버 치지직에 베타 신청을 넣었어요. 근데 동선이들이 팬심으로 치지직 신청 넣는 방송 해주세요 라고 했었는데 그걸 못했어. 왜냐면 보니까 안에 개인정보를 입력해야 되는 부분이 좀 있더라고요. 그리고 이제 본인 인증? 그러니까 본인 인증이 아니고 본인이 스트리머인이라는 거를 인증하세요! 증명하세요! 하면서 이제 트위치 스트리머 대시보드를 캡처를 해서 올리래. 그래가지고 캡처해서 올리고 이랬어야 돼가지고 그냥 제가 따로 신청을 했습니다. 근데 정말 다행이고 좋았던 거는 뭐냐면은 트위치 같은 경우에는 파트너 스트리머 신청을 해야 됐을 때 자기소개를 써야 됐었어. 그러니까 자기 어필을 하라는 거야. 야 파트너 가지고 싶어? 자기 어필해봐. 물론 나는 네 통계를 볼 수는 있지만 어필해봐. 마음에 들게 좀 해봐. 이렇게 하면서 이제 자기소개란이 있어. 그러면은 거기에서 이제 안녕하세요. 저는 한국에서 방송하는 버추얼 스트리머 당근카렌입니다. 저는 시청자들과 어쩌고 저쩌고 방송은 어쩌고 저쩌고 게임은 어쩌고 저쩌고 이렇게 써야 돼. 그리고 파트너 스트리머를 달면은 이제 막 시청자들이랑 뭔가 어떻게 뭐 컨텐츠는 어떻게 막 이런 거를 다 써야 돼. 근데 이게 있잖아. 이렇게 쓴다고 잘 봐주는 것도 아닌 거고 어떤 사람들은 그냥 아무 말도 안 썼는데 된 사람도 있다 그러고 어떤 사람은 나 당근카렌인데 난 무슨 방송해? 그냥 딱 이렇게 딱 두 마디 썼는데 되는 사람도 있고 그리고 어떤 사람은 안녕하세요. 어디 소속사? 당근카렌입니다. 이렇게 썼는데 붙여주는 사람도 있고 이래가지고 그냥 이걸 진짜 반영이 되는 건지 안 되는 건지 잘 모르겠어. 근데 그런 사람도 있었어. 그냥 평소에는 되게 열심히 안녕하세요 어쩌고 막 이렇게 썼는데 계속 떨어져가지고 그냥 에휴 이번에도 안 되겠지 하고 안녕하세요 저는 당근카렌입니다 이렇게 썼더니 됐다는 사람이 있어. 그래서 안 되겠네. 카론 들어가자고? 아니 야 근데 단카는 카론 못 들어가지 않을까 싶은데 안 될 것 같지 않을까 싶은데 아니 나 카론 아니야 나 무소속이야. 나 소속사 없어요. 근데 나 모르겠어. 나 솔직히 말해서 1만 팔로워 넘으면은 소속사를 찾아서 들어가고 싶었단 말이야. 솔직히 말해서. 그러니까 왜냐면은 내가 그거를 잘 못하잖아요. 난 그냥 정말 방송만 할 줄 알지 영상을 어떻게 굴리고 유튜브를 어떻게 굴리고 뭐 어떤 콘텐츠 그냥 생각은 있지만 뭔가 어떻게 이렇게 하는 이게 안 되잖아. 생각만 이래저래 많고 뭐 굿즈 같은 것도 그렇고 생각만 이것도 괜찮을 것 같고 저것도 괜찮을 것 같고 근데 이게 내가 그런 쪽에 그 머리가 잘 없어가지고 일머리가 잘 없어가지고 이거를 이렇게 딱 실현시켜줄 조력자? 도우미들이 좀 필요하단 말이지. 근데 있지. 그래서 내가 나는 지금은 내가 정말 딱 40명밖에 안 보는 방송 이거 이러지 마 이러니까는 내가 만 팔로워가 돼가지고 만 팔로워에 이제 안녕하세요 당근카렌입니다 잘 열심히 하겠습니다 이렇게 하면서 이제 호기롭게 용감하고 씩씩하게 소속사를 찾아서 떠나야지라고 생각을 했어. 왜냐면은 버추얼 쪽이 특히 소속사 같은 느낌이 많잖아요. 팀이라던가 그런 게 되게 많잖아. 버추얼 쪽으로 지원을 많이 해주시는 그런 저기가 있잖아요. 그래가지고 나도 만 팔로워가 되면은 그때쯤이면 이제 유튜브도 열심히 굴리면서 들어가야겠다라고 생각을 했는데 지금 트위치가 이렇게 된 상황에서 소속사를 지금 찾아서 들어가는 게 맞나라는 생각이 있어요. 그래서 그리고 만약에 단카 그 생각 정말 많이 했는데 단카 있지 만약에 있죠? 만약에 소속사에 들어간다면은 지금까지 단카에게 도움을 주시던 분들이나 열심히 그 재능 기부 해주시는 분들이 있잖아. 물론 내가 그거를 방송에서 대놓고 막 그렇게 하지 않지만 첫 번째로 그 일러스트 많이 그려주시는 분들 팬아트 매일매일 여러 번 올려주시는 분들 그리고 두 번째로 영상 내가 막 이렇게 한 거 아닌데 자의로 시간을 이렇게 써가시고 하면서 수고스럽게 번거로우시게도 그렇게 이렇게 다시보기 녹화해서 올려주시는 분들 이렇게 해가지고 단카가 당동보라 그러나? 단카가 정말 정당한 페이를 줄 수 있게 정당한 페이를 줄 수 있게 내가 같이 데리고 가려고 그랬지. 내가 손잡고 같이 가려고 그랬지. 될 수 있으면은. 근데 지금 갑자기 이렇게 시국인지라 소속사 찾기 너무 힘들어요. 너무 힘들어요. 그리고 버추얼이다 보니까 아무래도 좀 그 어려움이 좀 있는 것 같아요. 소속사를 만들라고 되겠냐? 내 이 몸 하나 지금 방송하는 것도 버거워서 이런데 찌지직 가면 더 안정적일 수도 있다고? 야, 아무리 안정적이어도 지금 운영을 나처럼 개같이 제대로 굴러가는 게 하나도 없고 그냥 이게 바퀴가 이렇게 동글동글해가지고 동글동글해야 차가 잘 굴러가지. 나처럼 바퀴가 별 모양의 별 모양의 세모 모양의 네모 모양의 이렇게 되는데 더걱더걱더걱 두당탕탕탕 더걱더걱딱딱딱 이렇게 흘러가지. 이렇게 굴러가지. 바퀴 없어도 뒤에서 밀면 앞으로 가긴 함. 그게 지금 내 모습이야. 그게 지금 내 모습이야. 단카 지금 굿즈도 안 나오고 영상도 안 나오고 다른 사람이랑 지금 합방도 못하고 외딴섬에 벗딴섬에 맞잖아요. 노래도 다른 버추얼들은 다 커버곡 내는데 단카는 못 내고 심지어 근데 내려고 했는데 한 번 무산됐어요. 아니야, 한 번이 아니야. 무산된 단카가 노래 커버 하도 얘기를 해가지고 노래 커버를 하려고 했는데 무산된 곡이 무려 2곡이나 있어요. 돈만 버리고 못했어요. 비운의 스트리머라니. 그리고 주기적으로 개미 털기를 해요. 근데 중요한 거는 개미 털기를 하고 싶지 않았는데 개미가 털려버려. 방송 능력에 조금 한계가 온 게 아닌가. 주기적 개미 털기. 근데 그럼에도 털리지 않는 너희는 정말 찐 맛동산이다. 라는 거지. 평생 간다며. 평생 간다며. 약간 그거 있어. 근데 막 너네가 그러는 말도 있잖아. 단카랑 평생 갈게. 나 단카 따라갈게. 단카밖에 없어. 단카 방송밖에 안 봐. 원래는 이런 말 하나하나 다 믿고 그만큼 이제 오래 보고 했으니까 정이 쌓여가지고 그랬잖아. 이제 그 말 안 믿는다고. 그러니까 진심인 건 알겠어. 왜냐면 내가 진심이니까. 근데 약간 그거에 너무 꽂혀있지 않을 거야. 이제. 이제 꽂혀있지 않을 거야. 왜냐면 그런 말만 철석같이 믿고 있다가 내가 마음이 아플 수 있잖아? 전 단카 방송만 봐요. 어쩌라고. 고맙다고. 고마워. 저는 다른 방송도 봐요. 그래. 에휴. 크리스마스에 선물 받고 싶어가지고 이제 거짓말 안 하네. 전 단카 방송만 안 봐요. 나가. 저는 버텨보는 단카만 봐요. 야, 오히려 그게 더 대단한 거 아니야? 수많은 캠방 방송하는 사람이 많을까? 버추얼이 많을까? 이것은 무조건 버추얼이 더 많을 수밖에 없어. 버추얼이 더 많을 수밖에 없어. 심지어 2배야. 왠 줄 알아요? 캠방 하던 사람들은 환생이라는 개념이 잘 없잖아. 환생을 못 하잖아. 왜냐면 얼굴로 방송을 했으니까. 근데 버추얼은 환생하는 사람들이 엄청 많아. 진짜 많아. 진짜 많아. 너넨 상상도 못할걸? 으이짜. 나 캠타쿠인데 버튜버 싫어했는데 단칸만 봄. 진짜로? 너 그런 말 할 거면 이따 치즈집 가서 해. 그때도 네가 다른 버튜버 안 보나 보자. 야, 근데 치즈집 가면 진짜 약간 전우회처럼 느껴지지 않을까? 어때? 지금 쌓인 정들이 이제 치즈직으로 가면은 약간 자대 배치 받은 느낌 들면서 약간 훈련소에서 이제 자대 배치 딱 받아가지고 이제 약간 그 느낌 안 들까? 전후회 들 것 같은데. 그러고 보니 저번에 짭 당근카렌이라는 분이 단가 사칭하더라고요. 제가 그래서 죽였어요. 그 사람을. 죽였어요. 다시는 볼 수 없을 거예요. 제가 죽였어요. 무서워요. 죽기 싫으면 조용히 해. 짭당카 사연을 싫어. 짭이 더 좋았다고? 가슴에 새겨놓을게. 싸늘하다. 가슴에 비수가 날아와 꽂힌다. 같은 사람인데 짭당카가 좋다니. 그건 내가 좋다는 말은 맞는데 어쩌라는 거지? 난데 그거? 난데? 그거는 네 기분 따라 내가 좋고 싫고 아니야 그러면은? 뭐야, 너는 그럼 짭당카 키는 그 시간대에 내가 좋다는 건가? 이상하네. 짜짜짜. 아우 허리야. 허리 아파. 이제 잠방 이걸로 켜주나요? 아마 그렇지 않을까? 근데 야, 네이버 가면은 잠방 할 수 있나? 안 되는지 되는지를 모르는디? 아니, 대륙? 아니야, 원래 트위치가 잠방이 안 됐었는데 이제 트위치도 잠방이 돼요. 근데 이제 뭐 방송을 못 해요. 잠방은 되는데 방송을 못 해요. 버튜버는 잠방 어째함? 그냥 자는데? 이렇게? 이렇게 자는데? 자는지 깨어있는지 알 수 있어. 닥쳐! 누가 물어봤어? 야, 너 누구야? 물어본 놈 벤이야. 무지성 벤 당해볼래 너? 조용히 해. 야, 게임하자. 아이, 대화 주제가 갑자기 잠방이야. 어이없어. 싫어. 조용히 해. 멈춰. 게임하자. 오늘 사실 이거 빨리 끝날 줄 알고 게임 하나 더 갖고 오긴 했어. 저번에 이것도 맛동산이가 추천해준 게임이거든요. 잠깐만 보여줄게. 이게 잠깐만 소리가 게임 변경 스탠리 오, 됐다. 한국어가 있네? 이거 갓겜인가 보다. 한국어 패치가 있네. 전에 스탠리 패러블을 플레이해본 적이 있나요? 아니요. 맞아, 오늘 짤방이야. 난민 하이 난민 뭐야 유키츠네님 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 단카의 마지막 다이아몬드 VIP 드릴게요. 안녕하세요. 무슨 일이야? 유키츠네님 나 어디서 봤는데? 어디서 봤지? 마카오톡에서 본 것 같아. 그쵸? 저 유키츠네님 옆집에 사는 것 같은데? 그 아프리카 땅 그 스노우 글로브 맞죠? 거기 아니에요? 맞죠? 나나나나 어서오세요. 반갑습니다. 아이고 호스팅 감사합니다. 방송 고생 많으셨어요. 안녕하세요 여러분. 저는 땅카입니다. 난민 친구들도 어서오세요. 하이 오늘 방송도 힘차게 방금 파워 100% 여러분들에게 많이 드릴게요. 아이고 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 아이고 제가 오늘 몸이 좀 안 좋아, 컨디션이 좀 안 좋아가지고 텐션이 좋지 못하지만 오신 분들 너무 반갑습니다. 만장. 너무 감사해요. 저희 혹시 치즈직에서 볼 수 있나요? 유키츠네님도 치즈직 가시나요? 아직 안 정하셨나? 단카가 잠깐만 어디 갔지? 짜잔! 단카가 치즈직 문짝 듣기까지 단 100명 남았어요! 단 100명 남았어요! 잉님 1000원 전에 감사합니다. 고마워요. 일단 좀 보신대요. 아 그래요? 그래? 제 생각에는 일단 치즈직에 한번 가보는 게 어떤가 생각해요. 아니 누가 그러더라고. 아니 누가 그러더라고요. 지금 아프리카 갔다가 아프리카에 먼저 이적을 했다가 에이 아프리카에 못 있겠어요. 치즈직 가야지 이러고 치즈직 왔는데 치즈직이 좀 아직 조금 그렇구만, 아직 조금 불안정하구만 했을 때 아프리카로 다시 돌아갈 수가 없대. 아프리카로 다시 돌아갈 수가 없대. 근데 치즈직에 먼저 갔다가 치즈직을 한번 경험을 해보고 치즈직 조금 아직 많이 보완해야 되겠는데 아니 좀 그런데 그러면 이제 아프리카라는 곳이 이제 있어. 너 다른 데 간다며 하면서 적대적이지가 않잖아. 그런 게 있대요. 아무튼 그런 얘기를 들었어. 물론 저는 이제 아프리카는 딱히 생각이 없어요. 거기는 너무 내가 헤쳐나가고 내가 우리 집 애들을 다 데리고 가서 거기에 이제 눌러 앉히기에는 험난한 곳이야. 우리 집 애들이 다 약간 아저씨이긴 하지만 좀 약간 이랬을 때는 하는 애들이거든요. 아직 코 찔찔거리는 아저씨들이거든요. 마음은 여리거든요. 맨날 다른 방 가서는 에헤헤 이 새끼 봐라, 에헤헤 이 새끼 게임 존나 못하네 이러면서 막 깔깔깔깔거리면서 되게 짓궂게 해도 당근카렌 방송 와서는 당카야 너는 정말 멋져 게임 실력이 하면서 진짜 자기가 최대한 할 수 있을 만큼 이쁘게 말해주는데 나는 이제 놀리는 걸 아니까 너 뭐라고 했어? 하는 말마다 좋게 말해줘도 맨날 의심하고 그러거든. 근데 내가 어떻게 이런 애들을 데리고 아프리카로 갈 수 있어. 스트리머도 울고 우리 집 시청자들도 울고 둘 다 그냥 짠내나는 방송이 될 수밖에 없다고. 가면 벗어도 되냐고? 해봐. 해봐. 진짜 해봐. 너네 내 방송에서는 말 세게 하라 그래도 세게 못하잖아. 어차피 찌지직 가면 벤 아닌데 벗어도 되는 거 아님? 그렇긴 해. 해봐. 해봐. 아니야, 근데 나는 있잖아. 미운정이라고 하면은 미운정이고 그런 거지. 밴 안 하는 녀석들도 날 참는 거 아니야. 미운정 들고 있는 거야. 당카올 게임이나 합시다. 자, 오늘은 지금 몇 시야? 지금 몇 시야? 오늘은 동산이 우리 시청자들이 추천해준 게임을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 이게 무슨 게임인지는 잘 모르겠어. 현재 시간 2시 9분인데 10분에 딱 맞춰서 시작해볼까? 10분 언제 되지? 1 10분 언제 되지? 7 8 9 10 됐다. 메모. 접근성 설정은 기본 메뉴에서 액세스할 수 있습니다. 이것도 약간 컴퓨터랑 이런 거를 보니까 되게 옛날 배경의 그건 것 같네. 일단은 시야각은 항상 조금 요 정도 요쯤으로 항상 넓히는 게 좋은 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 너무 가까우면은 화면을 돌렸을 때 어지러워. 이게 나는 내가 플레이를 하니까 상관이 없는데 여러분들은 내가 플레이하는 거를 1인칭으로 보는 거잖아요. 안티 엘리어싱은 단카가 멀미가 심해가지고 조금 없앨게요. 멀미 심해서 게임하다가 우액 하고 있어. 우액이 누나 된다고. 됐어. 시작!
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's
이게 나야?
job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day.
뭐야? 완전 꿀직업이잖아. 이러고 월급 받아가는 거야?
It soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
그럼 한 손으로는 뭔가 게임을 하고 한 손으로는 이제 딸깍 이렇게 하는 거 아니야?
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very
420 몇
wrong.
번이라는 거는 420 몇 명의 회사원이
Stanley found
있다는 거
himself
아니야?
unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
아, 해설에 따라 내가 또 나가야 되는구나. 감도가 조금 높으니까 이 정도로. 오, 쉣! 뭐야! 나 바나나 껍질 밟았나봐. 엄청 빨리 움직이네.
All of his co-workers were gone.
동료들이 모두 사라졌어요. 이게 무슨
Stanley
일일까요?
decided to go to the meeting room.
회의실에
Perhaps he
가보기로
had simply
했어요.
missed a memo.
메모가 있을지도 모르니까요. 회의실, 여기가 회의실인가? 422번, 418번, 416번, 15번. 뭐야, 400명 넘게 있다는 거구나, 그럼. 뭐야? 아무것도 없는 게 수상한데? 왼쪽과
When
오른쪽
Stanley came
문이
to a set
있는데?
of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
왼쪽에 있는 문으로 갔어요? 야, 잠깐만, 이거 공포 게임 아니지? 나 이거 무서운데? 이거 공포게임 아니에요? 단카보험 아니 이거 공포게임 아니야? 백룸같이 생겼는데? 애들이 하도 나한테 거짓말 치고 막 이거 해보세요, 이거 정말 재밌어요 라고 하면서 사실은 까보면은 공포게임이었던 게 좀 많았어. 아니 뭐야, 이거 앞에 양배추가 있는데? 아니구나. 회의실이다.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a
그러네?
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
뭔 소리지?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned
여기
around
툴이
and got
있는데?
back on track.
야, 이 나레이션 해주는 아저씨가 말하는 대로 해야 되나 봐. 근데 반발심 생기는데 나 원래 이런 게임
Coming
하면은.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
내려가야지? 반대로 해야지? 왜 올라가야 돼요? 빨간색이 더 올라가야지? 올라가야지? 무서운데? 올라가. 여기도 빨간색인데? 여기가 낫겠다. 근데 저기 지하실은 무서워서. 뭐야? 여기가 사장실인가 보다. 문이 안 열리고 열리는 곳에만 가야 되고.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
오! 신기해. 아, 뭐야? 여기도 막 다 세트장 같은 거구나. 뭐야? 이것도 트루먼 쇼 같은 건가요? 무서운데?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for
뭐야. 됐나? 된 것 같은데? 안녕! 뭐야? 나 진짜 너네가 나 몰카하는 줄 알았어. 아니, 채팅이 갑자기 당카야 어디 갔어? 당카야 엘베 타더니 진짜로 인터넷이 끊겨버린 거니? 이래가지고 뭔 소리야? 이러고 있었는데? 이러고 있었는데? 이거 어디로 가야 돼 근데? 이스케이프 여기로 가야 되지 않을? 근데 무섭게 생겼었고. 이스케이프가 여긴데 마인드 컨트롤 어쩌고 저쩌고 여긴데? 그럼 여기로 가자. 저기 무섭다. 이건 탈출하는 게임이지.
The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
끔찍한 죽음을 맞이하게 될 거래. 다른 데 가자. 끔찍한 죽음을 맞이하게 될 거래.
Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
문 닫혔어.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
나레이션은 믿어도 되는 거냐고? 안 되나? 감시 카메라. 이게 근데 아직 무슨 게임인지 잘 모르겠어가지고.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
와, 몇 명이나 있는 거야? 마지막 번호가 596이네요? 에이, 회사 진짜 크다. 아니다, 600이다, 600. 600이다, 600.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
저기
Had Stanley
위에까지
really been
올라가야
under
되나
someone's
보다.
control all this time?
야하.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His
아직
own life
뭐
in
하는
someone else's
게임인지는 잘
control?
모르겠어.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
약간
Had
이거
he truly spent his
게임
entire
제작자가
life
플래그 세우는 걸 좋아하나 봐.
blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
요건가? 뭐지? 뭘 눌러야 되지? 저건가 보다. 이거? 다 눌러보자고. 아, 요거다. 1 2 3은 어디 있을까? 3 4를 찾아야 돼. 4 저기 있다. 5인데?
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Power on!
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After we kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you want?
나는 600명의 월급을 줄 수가 없어요! 잠깐, 오빠! 600명! 안
But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to
600명에게 버거를 줄 수 없어!
And leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments
어쩌라고! 여기 선이 연결돼 있는 곳을 따라가야 되나? 이건가?
Where we're going, what all this means, I barely know where to start.
뭘까?
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I
5를
erased
누르라고?
I turned off the machine. I set you free.
다 5를 누르라
That was
그러는데?
merely in this
5는
instance
저기
of the
있는데?
story. Sometimes
5를
when I
누르래,
tell it,
5.
I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
오,
Other
눌렀어.
times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallow
이제 뭐 눌러?
everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
오!
I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich.
3 누르래.
I just hate to see it
3
go.
저기 있어.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even better.
3.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
눌렀는데?
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
4가
Time
어딨지?
doesn't grow on trees.
4.
Oh dear me, what's the
오.
matter, Stanley? Is it
아니야?
that you have no idea where you're
어떻게 하는
going or
거야?
what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer
어떻게
that
하는
something
거야?
in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look,
아!
running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything,
뭐를
anything, something
눌렀는데
here
왜
will
아까
save
안
me.
돼?
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten?
야!
One soul?
오!
Do you have any
눌렀어요,
idea
오,
what your
오.
purpose in this place is?
4번이 어딨는데?
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a
뭐
spoiler. for you.
눌렀는데?
That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along.
야,
It's
잠깐만.
just seconds ticking away.
문 열어!
instead. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world.
뭐,
that's
이게 왜
fine.
웃지?
But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
시간 끈. 아, 여기 있구나,
Take a look
시간.
at the clock,
20초,
That's
30초.
30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke.
어떡해?
And believe me, I will be laughing at every
어떻게 하는
second
거야?
of your inevitable life from the moment you fade in until the moment I say,
가만히 있어! 난 죽었나? 뭐야? 에?
All of his
꿈인가?
co-workers were gone.
아!
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
꿈인가 봐. 꿈이네.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
ew. 완전 자연스러웠어. 문이 다 열려 있네. 라운지.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring.
아,
It had really been
동전을 안
worth the
가지고
detour
왔네?
after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed
와,
room.
다시
But
돌아가는
eager
거야?
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
여기로 가자.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
이건 또 지하로 내려가는 건데. 뿅! 안 눌러주네. 뿅! 저긴 회의실인데? 그러면 내려가자. 결말은 똑같은 거 아니야? 안 돼. 아, 깜짝이야. 나
But
꼈는데.
Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, From here, it's, left.
왜 문 하나밖에 안 열어주지? 다른 길로 가면은 그냥 길을 하나로만.
No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
문 열어!
It's clearly... Oh dear, will you hold on for a minute?
문 열어!
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
아이씨! 아이고, 왜 유저를 자꾸 바보로 만들어요, 게임이. 아, 진짜 못하네. 아, 뭐야. 또 가야 돼. 야. 아까 거기잖아.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Look, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to
그래서 여기가 있었구나.
It's all rubbish.
약간
now.
인터스텔라
The
같지
story
않아?
completely unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this
인터스텔라
nonsense,
느낌이지.
we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
아! 마음대로 하니까 자기 뜻대로 안 되니까 날 다시 리셋 시켜버린 거야? 어디 해봐. 어디 하고 싶은 대로 해봐. 어머, 동료들이 모두 사라졌어요. 이게 무슨 일일까요? 한번 찾아보도록 해요. 아마 회의 시간에 회의 시간이라고 들었던 것 같은데 회의실로 가볼까요? 회의실이 어디냐면 여기로 가서 여기로 가서
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear
뭐야?
I definitely restarted the game over completely
점점
fresh. Everything should be...
세계관이 뜯어지고 있는데?
Did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
리셋이
Did you
아니고?
move the story somewhere or...
게임이 진행되는 건가?
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
드디어 내 이야기를 써주는 거야. 그래, 어디 한번 가보자고. 여기 막혀있으니까 여기로 가보고 싶은데 여기랑 연결이 돼 있지 않을까? 그렇지. 여기로 한번 가볼까요? 근데 여기는 뭐가 있을까? 점프가 안 됐네. 그러게. 뭐야? 야, 진짜 백룸 같아. 뭐 나오는 거 아니야? 갑자기 왜 조용해?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
한번 해보자는 거지. 나 오늘 퇴근도 못하고 지금 이거 한번 해보자는 거지. 안 되겠다. 동산아, 야, 집에 컴퓨터 없는 동산이 나와. 여기 있는 컴퓨터 다 뜯어가자. 안에 그래픽 카드랑 메모리랑 하드랑 다 뜯어 지금. 뜯어 이거. 야, 컴퓨터가, 야, 직원이 600명이면은 컴퓨터도 600대 아니야? 다 뜯어 이씨. 사람도 없는데. 모니터가 후지다고? 저런 게 비싼 거야. 왜 그 고철 같은 거 긁어가지고 하면은 이제 안에 막 금속 가루 나오고 막 그거 해가지고 고철덩이 다 갖다 팔고 이러면은 그게 다 돈이야. 그 안에 부품 그거 다 막 구리랑 금이랑 이런 걸로 돼 있는 거 아니야?
Okay, yep,
문이
it's
없다.
worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
문 열어줘. 문이 없는데? 아까 이 커피가 안 쏟아져 있었는데 쏟아져 있는 건가? 뭔가 다른 점을 찾아봐. 여기 원래 사다리가 있었나? 컴퓨터 켜져 있는데? 깜짝이야. 전기세 나가지. 그렇지, 다 꺼줘.
Aha!
깜짝이야, 씨.
I knew we'd miss something. The story.
진짜
Here
개깜짝
it comes. No, wait. Never mind.
뭐야?
Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
뭐야? 왜래 이야기가? 사장님! 여기 산에서 흡연하는 사람들 다 찾았어요. 여기 담배꽁초가 몇 개야. 이야, 심지어 땅바닥에 숨길 거면 쓰레기통에다가 갖다 버리지. 땅바닥에 버려놓고 이걸 또 숨기겠다고 여기 박스 깔아놓은 거 봐. 어머! 여기 담뱃재랑 이런 거 진짜 많아요. 이거 월급 루팡하는 자식들 아니야 이거.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I
여기
don't recognize
어디야?
this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that
야
correct?
이거 챙겨. 몽키 스패너
Do you
챙겨
remember,
이거.
Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
아니야. 내가 자꾸 딴 길로 가니까 딴 길로 가지 말라고.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the
알겠어.
Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just
알겠어.
follow the
여기만
line.
보고
How simple
갈게요.
is that?
사람이 근데 진짜 확실히 이런 선이 있으면 괜히 여기로 가야만 될 것 같은 그런 거 있지. 그런 심리 그게 있거든. 컴퓨터 꺼주고. 오, 이거 알아. 카드 게임. 알겠어. 절로 가지 말라는 거지?
You see, the line knows where the story is.
이렇게
over in
돌아서
this
가라고.
direction.
싫은데
Onward,
이렇게
Stanley,
가면은?
to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience
아저씨
of that
갑자기 말이
existence, right?
많아지죠.
Okay. Now, if my experience of
알겠어.
your existence
좀
rests
조급해졌나 봐.
inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
이거 뭐야?
Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
막아놨네?
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
아니, 알겠어. 씩씩하게, 씩씩하게, 씩씩하게.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
아니 근데 확실히 있잖아. 노래가 신나니까 그 다른 길이 있었는데 별로 생각이 안 들어. 아니 중간에 다른
Stanley,
길이
this fern
아,
will be very
알겠어!
important later in the story. Make sure you
알겠어.
study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
그러네.
No. Line. You do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story?
이것만 따라가면
Is any of this
되잖아요.
ringing a bell?
여기 들어가면 또 리셋하겠지.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
아저씨 왜 이렇게 끈기가 없어. 어이없다. 다시 시작할까?
You know what, Stanley? I say forget
삐졌어?
the adventure line.
에이,
What's it
아저씨
ever done for us?
성나갔네.
We're intelligent people, right?
에이,
Why can't we
진짜.
make up our own story? Something
그래.
exciting, daring,
그래,
mysterious.
아저씨 해봐. 하고
This all
싶은데
sounds
이번에는
perfectly doable. Why
진짜로
don't we simply start
아저씨가
wandering in-
하라는 대로
well, I don't
하자.
know. How about this direction?
응, 어디? 어디 가고 싶어? 창문? 아, 여기. 아, 아저씨.
Yes, this is exciting.
Okay,
Just
okay.
me and Stanley forging
I'm
a
so
new path, a
excited.
new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
근데 무슨
Be
회사가
wild.
길이 요
Use your
꼬라지가
imagination.
뭐야?
Whatever it might be, Stanley.
이거 같은
I'm
길만.
ready for it.
이랬는데 갑자기 뒤를 돌아보면 문이 닫혀 있고.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice.
깜짝이야.
We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
1분 동안 한 바퀴 돌고 오라고?
So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
시간이. 아, 뭐야! 엔딩이 여러 개야! I love you. 정비실에서 이탈. 감시실에서 도달. 내레이터가 게임을 다시 시작. 첫 번째 재시작. 2개의 문이 있는 방에서 이제 많은 추가 문이 있는 걸 발견. 목적 없는 방향. 방황. 나레이터가 게임을 다시 시작. 2번째 시작. 사무실은 이제 막다른 골목. 돌아보고 다른 막다른 골목을 발견. 다른 건물에 도달. 내레이터가 게임을 다시 시작. 3번째 시작. 어드벤처 라인. 개똥 철학과 음악. 사무실로 돌아감. 모니터실로 돌아감. 4번째 재시작. 미개척 지역으로의 모험. 라인 다시 찾음. 혼돈 엔딩. 스케줄 찾음. 내레이터가 게임을 다시 시작. 5번째 재시작. 내레이터가 이전 재시작을
What's
잊음.
this? The confusion ending. You're telling me
이거 지금 내가
what this is?
계속한 거야?
It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight
아닌가?
times? That's really how all this goes? It's all...
빨간 걸 한 거라고? 그냥
So now,
재시작만
according to
체크돼
the
있는 거
schedule, I
아니야?
restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My
아,
mind goes
여덟
blank
번째까지
simply
내가
because it's
재시작을
written here on
당해야
this
되는 거네.
thing, wall. Well, who consulted me?
뭐야?
Why don't I get to decide?
이대로만 그냥
I
따라가야
get a say in all
되네.
of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't
그러니까
want to be
우리가
trapped like this. I
지금
won't
여기까지
restart the
했어.
game. I won't
혼돈
do
엔딩
it. I
스케줄
won't
찾음.
do it. I won't do it.
근데 지금 내레이터가 게임을 다시 시작 요걸 해야 되는데
Does that mean
내레이터가
did we
안 할 거야
break the
이러니까는 갑자기 시스템 자체가
whatever it is
멈췄어.
that made this schedule? How
내가
would we
아니고
even know?
내레이터가 금쪽이네.
someone come for us?
나는 지금 스케줄대로
something
움직인 거야. 뭐야?
So, okay. I guess now we just wait.
얘들아
You
이거
know,
스포.
I suppose in
스포.
some
빨리
way that
캡처해.
this
이거
is a
스포
kind of
당하는
story.
거야.
Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination
이야기를
or the
플레이하려다가
journey. They're always
저지된대.
saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
뭐야? 누가 내 귀에 부부젤라를 불었어. 깜짝이야. 진짜 놀래라.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
정말
meeting room.
다
Perhaps he had simply
사라졌네?
missed a
무슨
memo.
일일까? 한번 가볼까? 어머 무슨 일이라?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
맞아, 나는 왼쪽으로 들어갈 거야.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping
상사의
he might
사무실로
find an
갈
answer
거야.
there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
올라갈 거야.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not
나
an
몸이
indication of
굳었어.
any human
사람이
life.
없어?
What could it mean?
무슨 일이야,
Stanley
이게?
wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's
서류,
desk,
서류를
pulling
찾아야
books
돼.
off the
이게
shelf,
무슨 일이라?
looking
무슨
behind
일이라?
paintings,
무슨 일이라?
desperate for clues to his situation. His attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's
이게
desk.
뭐라?
What could its purpose be?
이게 무슨
In
물건일까?
fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly
비밀번호가
know
뭐지?
this.
0, 0, 0, 0. 아니잖아.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
틀렸어야
Trying to
되는데.
input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination
멍하니
was
앉았어.
2845.
나 지금 멍하니 앉아 있어. 나 앉아 있는 거야. 나 앉았어. 앉아 있어.
2845.
나는 비밀번호를 모르겠는데. 2841 그걸 어디서 찾을 수 있지? 보자. 이런 거는요, 여러분. 그 밀가루
But it
같은
turns out that
거를
the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
야, 나 뭔가 간파당한 것 같아, 내 속마음을. 기분이 이상해. 기분이 이상해. 이제 무섭다, 이거 게임. 이게 뭐람? 아저씨 몰래 주절주절 했는데 안 주절주절하고 바로 로딩으로 들어가네? 진짜 뭐야?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
아까 전에
Control
여기서
Facility.
방송이 끊겼는데 이것도 게임의 일부분인가? 방금 여기서 끊겼는데. 뭐라고 했어? 나 못 봤어. 뭐라고 했냐? 뭐라고 했냐? 이스케이프 하라고 했어? 이스케이프 하라 했어?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
나 떨어지는 거 싫은데. 야, 어떡해. 나 떨어지는 거 싫어. 깜짝이야. 나 진짜 떨어지.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
다음 난데?
Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
이번만 봐드림. 오케이. 뭐야, 끝 아니야?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game back in his office, as alive as ever.
야, 나
What
유령됐어.
exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
나 임포스터야. 나 임포스터야.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
박물관 같은 거야? 두 개의 열린문 세트는 스탠리 패러블 디자인의 첫 번째 콘크리트 조각이었습니다. 일단 이 방이 만들어지고 나서 게임의 나머지 부분은 이 방이 제기하는 모순을 탐구해가며 확장되는 식으로 발전했습니다. 오호. 사무실의 종류. 풍경화. 이 청사진은 게임 시작부터 사무실을 보여줍니다. 스탠리의 사무실에서 두 개의 문으로 가는 길이 게임을 만들 때 완성된 첫 번째 부분이었습니다. 코어 레이아웃은 첫 번째 반복과 거의 동일하게 유지되지만 개발 전반에 걸쳐 섹션이 추가 및 변경되었습니다. 여기서 시작을 해가지고 요래 나가서 요래 나가서 요래 가서 요래 가서 여기서 두 번째 문 이렇게 해가지고 맞네. 야 4번은 나 찾지도 못했는데. 버튼 효과. 게임 전반에 걸쳐 버튼을 눌렀을 때 사용되는 사운드 선택. 각 효과음은 키보드 치는 소리와 신시사이저 톤이 섞인 음입니다. 브르르 ปุ๊ 두두두 띠 뿌리. 이거 엔딩이야? 엔딩이구나. 작가가 바뀐 줄 알았는데. 뭐야 이거는? 이런 게 있었어? 개발 초기에 우리는 스탠리가 외계인과 싸우는 전장에서 끝나는 엔딩을 디자인했습니다. 응? 이런 게 있다고? 이거는 러스트잖아요. 뭐가 되게 많다. 빔 프로젝터. 오호. 깜짝이야. 아파트 엔딩이 있어? 뭐야 잠깐만 나 지금 엄청난 스포를 당하고 있는데. 잠깐만 여기 어디로 나가요? 나 갇혔어. 야 나 잠깐만 어디로 왔었지? 여기 어디로 나가 이거?
For all his button pushing.
뭐야.
Does that sound plausible to you? Number 6. And finally, he pushed the number 6. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room.
왜 계속 혼자 떠드는 거야? 뭐야 이거 끝이야? 아니 이거 맞아? 이거 언제 끝나요? 이거 어떻게 이거 엔딩이에요? 나는 그러면은 그냥 허접 죽어버리는 엔딩이에요? 아직 멀었다고요? 그럼 어디로 나가요? 쭉 올라가 보자고? 이게 뭐 하는 게임이고 그냥 게임 키자마자 죽을 때까지 그 나레이터한테 농락만 당한 것 같은데. 그러니까 엔딩이 많은데 난 여기서 어떻게 시작해? 다시 아예 리셋해야 되나?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
소리 났는데? 봐봐, 나 바지 오줌 싼 것 같아. 뭐야, 나 죽는 꿈 꿨어. 오늘 복권
All this
사야겠다.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
왼쪽 문으로 들어가기.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks.
근데 나 궁금한 게 하나 생겼어. 만약에 이미 봤던 거를 다시 한번 본다면은 이미 한번 선택했던 길을 또 선택한다면은
half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going.
나레이션이 바뀌었는데?
On the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed
한 시간
by fear
동안
for nearly
난 여기
4
엎드려
hours.
있었어.
But when at last he began to move about
키패드가
and
눈에
survey the
들어왔어.
situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Stanley just sat around
오케이. 멍하니 앉아 있었을 뿐이에요.
Since he could never possibly know that the combination was
저는
2845.
멍청이 바보라서 여기에 문이 있다는 걸 몰라요. 저 모르겠네요.
2845.
모르겠네요. 모르겠다. 문 열어줄 때까지 기다려야지. 기다려야지.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in.
잠깐!
And the door just opened all
열렸잖아.
and Stanley got the hell along with the story.
예이.
What did he do?
또 내려가야죠.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
이리로 갔었어야 됐네.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to
여기에
himself.
어떤 끔찍한 비밀이 숨어 있을까?
Find out.
라고 스탠리가 말했습니다.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
여기 근데 잘린 사람도 있는데 몇
The
명은?
lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over
근데
another
4번이
human life,
어딨는데?
for he would dismantle the controls once
난
and
진짜
for
4번
all.
어디 있는지 모르겠어. 야, 자막이 뭐라 그랬냐? 여기 5번 있고 4번이 없는데 저거는 3번이고 1, 2, 3, 4가 없는데?
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oh!
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
나 죽은 건가?
Yes. He had won.
뭐야, 내가
He had
이겼어?
defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's
나
command.
자아를 가진
Freedom
거야?
was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
퍼즐이
Where
얼마나
had his
많을까?
co-workers gone?
뭐야,
How had
하늘이다!
he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to
계단이
understand,
내려가는
but to
계단인데?
let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
새도
And that was
날아다닌다.
all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
뭐야, 해피엔딩인가?
Stanley
이러면?
felt the cool breeze
아,
upon
예,
his skin,
해피엔딩!
the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
뭐야? 아, 야, 이거 나레이터 말대로 해. 에? 에? 뭐임? 또 하라고? 계단 밑으로요?
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
멘트가 달라졌는데? 뭐지? 원래 고정된 멘트 아니야? 고정 멘트 아니야?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
근데
Yet
솔직히
there was not a single person
불쌍해서
here either.
왼쪽으로 가주는 거지.
Feeling
나는
a wave
오른쪽
of
가고
disbelief,
싶었어.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
내려갈
office.
거야.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
이거
All
튀어나온
of my
것처럼
coworkers
보인다.
blinking
그치? 오,
mysteriously out of
신기하다.
existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
Shut the fuck up!
He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want.
야, 근데 이런 무서운 꿈을 꾸고 나서도 직장을 가고 싶어 한다고? 진짜 어이없다. 이건 가짜야.
It's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Phew.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
뭐야, 나 이제 여자야?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place.
나 여자야 이제.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew.
설마 약한 거야,
Everyone knows what
남자가?
crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this.
심지의 삶을 살고
that she
있었던
stood
건가?
there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
이거는 무슨 엔딩이에요, 그러면? 아, 이 게임 안 끝나. 이 게임 안 끝나.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
나는 방금 내가 죽는 꿈을 꿨는데 뉴 콘텐츠인데? 뭐지? 뭐지?
Oh,
아이.
new content? What does that mean, new content?
예! 예! 아, 뭐야, 다 세트장이었어?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh!
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computer.
2013년 게임이라고? 말도 안
After
돼.
receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Wow!
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
재밌다! 우와!
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
응? 어쩌라고? 야, 나 갇혔다!
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content.
Yaha!
Give me the content, Stanley. All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
비십 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯, 일곱, 여덟, 아홉. 나 이제 못 뛰어. 참. 끝이야?
Is that it? Surely that's not all.
뭐야, 내 마음을
content.
읽었어?
There has to be something else, right?
뭐야? 내 마음을 읽었잖아. 점프만 하라고. 마지막 번호 말 안 했습니다.
Initial impressions of this game are not positive.
마지막
It's
번호
just
마음속으로만
elevators and
말하세요. 입
Is this
밖으로
what
내면
passes for exciting new
미필입니다.
content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Thank you
see,
for
Stanley?
enjoying
This
the
is
new
what happens
content.
when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally
여기 아직
accountable.
업데이트 안 됐나 봐.
It's my
트위터라
fault,
그래.
Stanley. I
X잖아
built up
이제.
too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
뭐야, 내 의견은 중요하지 않았던 거야. 이런 이놈의 새끼. 뭐야? 호? 이건 또 야 기믹 없다며.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
잘 안 들리는데 무슨 소리가 났나? 여긴 어디지? 여긴가? 왜? 먼지구덩이. 얼마나 재밌는 걸 준비했나 볼까?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
던전인데?
Just our little secret. Take a look.
오, 뭐야?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
와!
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back
이건
then,
누군데?
it all meant
이건 나잖아. 스탠리라고 돼 있는데. 뭐야? 게임 진짜 많이 아끼는가 보다 제작자. 뭐야 이거는? 돈은 왜? 우와.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now.
1시간 남짓의 새 엘리베이터가 콘텐츠에 들어간 생명 없는 껍데기래. 제작자가 스스로. 그러면서 갑자기 쓸쓸하게 문만 열어줘. 개 귀엽네. 어디로 가지? 어디로 가야지? 문 안 열어주네. 귀여워. 게임 속의 속에서 볼 수 있는 온갖 오브젝트들 다 그냥 뜯어가지고 그냥 대충 이렇게 멋있게 좀 이렇게 매달아 놓은 거 봐. 이것도 너무 귀여워.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
야, 심지어 크기도 엄청나게 커. 야, 이 정도면 내가 봤을 땐 개발자 자기 방에도 액자 이렇게 프레임 다 만들어서 이렇게 해놨을 때 진짜. 아이고, 너무 웃겨라. 아이고. 와, 진짜 빠지는 곳이 없네.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
어디로 가냐, 이제? 어디로 가? 어디로 가?
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's being collected down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
야, 스팀 리뷰는 왜 여기 처박아놨는데? 스팀 리뷰는 왜 안 보는데? 아니, 스팀 리뷰도 전시해줘. 너무 웃겨. 미치겠다. 스팀 취급주의. 심지어 이거 빨간색이구나. 파란색이 야, 어떡해. 야, 이 사람들 진짜 리뷰 박제된 거야? 어머, 나 너무 무서워.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game.
야, 진짜 아이디도 있어.
The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to sit them.
야, 저기 초록색은 좋은 리뷰고 빨간색은 안 좋은 리뷰인데 빨간색이 왜 이렇게 많이 쌓여 있어? 뭐야, 아닌가? 잠깐만. 깜짝이야. 초록색이 뜯겨져 있는데 여기 안 좋은 리뷰. 이것도 이렇게 보면은 좋은 거 아닌가? 야, 이거 진짠가 봐. 진짜 리뷰를 긁고 왔나 봐. 여기 보면은 프로필 사진이 다 다르고 아이디도 달려있어. 진짜를 가져왔네. 어머, 세상에. 좋은 거도 있어. 안 좋은 거. 이거 봐, 아이디가 다 다르잖아.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy, honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite
아니, 왜 이렇게 잘 긁혀?
I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
여기도 안 좋은 거밖에.
Like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remember.
너무 웃겨. 여기도 좋은 거 있다 리뷰. 야 얘는 안 되겠다. 야 개발자들이 한국 리뷰는 안 들고 온 이유가 뭔지 알아? 한국에서는 스팀 이용자들이요 리뷰를 달 때 약간 나만 당할 수 없다 이러면서 진짜 너무너무 힘들고 너무 진짜 스트레스 받는 게임인데 이거는 꼭 해보셔야 됩니다. 이것은 인생 게임입니다. 와 너무 재밌어요. 너무 갓겜이에요 해가지고 야 이거 갓겜이래 이거 방송에서 해야겠다 하면서 딱 시작하잖아. 그러면은 약간 통곡의 다리? 그런 느낌이야. 고트 시뮬레이터. 야, 근데 그거는 진짜 재밌다고 하던데, 고트 시뮬레이터, 염소 시뮬레이터? 그거 해볼까? 뭐야, 얘는 그냥 담궈버렸는데? 왜, 뭐라고 적어놨길래?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes.
이건 진짜 기분 나빴나 보다. 얘 진짜 담궈버렸는데? 이 리뷰만을 위한 공간을 따로 만들었어.
Negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I do anything for the company, Stanley.
자, 당신을 위해 만들었다. 두두두두두두두둥 두둥따. 그래서 만들었습니다 하면서 갖고 온 거 존나 귀엽네 진짜.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. Can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245.
이거 걔도 똑같은 말이구나.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to oh, well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof. It's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie and Nine will say about this.
드디어 내가 이제 끌고 가는 게임이 됐구만. 끌려가는 게임이 더 이상
I don't even know
아니야.
if one can change their original in the first. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that
그러네.
led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option
기다려봐,
at
내가
all.
비벼볼게.
I'm asking you to work
어디
with me
뚫리는
here.
벽이 있을지도
We
몰라.
need a door.
알겠어,
We need a door of
알겠다고
some
기다려.
kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one
알겠다고
room to another.
기다리라고.
I'm
너
going to
스킵
step away for just
누른다.
a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a
그래
door.
그래.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please do not press the skip button. Just
이제 뭔지
wait
알겠다.
here.
그러니까
Wait here for
스킵
me.
버튼 있었으면
And don't
좋겠다
press the
해가지고
skip
스킵 버튼 만들어놨더니 이제 스킵 버튼만 뒤지게 누르게 만드는 거구나. 오케이. 언제 돌아와? 시계가 1시간 느린데? 1시간보다 더 느린데? 건너뛰기. 언제 돌아오냐?
Stanley!
왜?
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and oh, Stanley, you're back. Oh my goodness.
뭐야 이거?
Talk to you again. Stanley, I think it's been a week or 2 weeks.
2주?
I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing.
이번엔 얼마? 한 1년?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again.
다
Welcome.
떨어졌다.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with,
죽었다. 에? 이건 나온다. 죽은 줄 알았네. 뭐야 죽었나? 야! 야! 삐졌나봐. 누르지 말랬는데 내가 눌러서 삐졌나봐. 어쩔 TV. 뭐야. 시계도 죽은 얼마나 지난 거야? 뭐야. 안 일어나? 시끄러.
but they didn't understand that the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
뭐야?
But
어디 갔다 왔어?
where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us.
성격이 왜
It
이렇게
wasn't enough. They
개팍해졌어?
had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he went, shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing.
이건
We get a
진짜
world where
진심
someone will say,
아니야?
oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so?
된다.
Yes.
이거 그냥 사과해
It
그냥.
seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such...
야, 얘가 이겼어. 너네 사과해 가서 빨리. 내가 미안해 라고 해. 또 삐졌다. 안 일어난다. 일어났어? 괜찮아? 진정됐어? 물 새는 소리가 나는데. 여기 물 새는 소리 아니야?
The end is never the end is never the end is never the end.
야 잠깐만. 존나 흑화했는데? 야 쟤 흑화했어. 야 얘 흑화했어. 야 여기 물 샌다.
그만해.
물 엄청 새는데? 큰일 났다. 저기 배관 터진다. 여기 물에 잠기겠는데? 드디어 마음이 좀 진정이 된 건가? 아닌가? 어떻게 올라가지? 야, 이 정도 됐으면은, 야, 저기 햇빛에 들어왔으면 이제 나갈 수 있게 해줘야지. 아직도 뒤끝에 끝이야. 어이, 진짜, 이씨. 뭐해. 나 여기 갇혔어. 갑자기 게임이 건너뛰기 버튼 누르기 게임으로 바뀌었잖아요. 별의 별 소리가 다 들리네. 공룡 소리 아니야? 뭐야? 얘 누웠는데? 뭐야? 얘 이거 기울었는데? 아이씨. 야 여기 어디야? 야 이 새끼야 너 안 일어나? 야 여기 어디야 이 새끼야? 뭐야 여기 어디야? 일어나 이 새끼야. 저 새끼 들고 다녀야 돼. 들고 다니면서 누르게. 그냥 게임을 놨네요. 게임 놨네 이거. 아이 조졌네 이거. 게임 놔버렸네. 에이씨 이거 어쩔 거야. 이거 리뷰가 게임 하나 망쳤네. 그러니까 리뷰를 할 수 없게 그냥 게임을 안 만들어 버린다 이거구나. 게임을 안 만들고 인류를 안 만들어 버린다. 인격 부여하는 거를 없애버린다. 오케이. 마음이 풀렸구나.
How
맛있는 거
long was I
먹고
sitting
왔어?
there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
Phew.
Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
안 가면 또 삐지겠지. 안 가면은 뉴 콘텐츠 만들었는데 또 안 갔다고 뭐라고 하겠지. 더 흥미로운 걸. 뭐야, 왜 이렇게 신나 있어 목소리가? 들떠 있는데 진짜 엄청난 거? 큰 거 온다? 큰 거 온다? 가보자고. 큰 거 오나? 기대해도 되나? 아까
You see,
거기랑
Stanley,
똑같은
I've been
곳인데.
reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
아씨, 아직도 뒷끝이 안 끝났네.
And any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
엣? 엣?
Yes, you
야,
see,
뭐야,
isn't this far
컴퓨터도 좋은
superior
걸로
to a
바뀌었어.
measly re-release
맥이야,
with a few
맥.
minor additions? Think of all the new territory they'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience
네,
built from the
진짜,
ground
씨.
up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
야, 못 살아.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra
야, 얘
Deluxe.
갑자기
don't you think?
이에 집착하는데?
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything
오,
scientific or
레드
logical, really.
칸페까지. 뭐 사진 찍을 수 있는 거야?
Here we are.
아이씨.
Go on. Try out some of the new features.
뭐?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful? Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
난 이제부터
I want you
짐이다.
to imagine Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim.
별로 짐이 안 되고
Do you feel
싶은데?
it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
지금인가?
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
야, 이 내레이터가 나 놀리는데 이제? 야, 그 리뷰 안 좋게 쓴 한테만 하면 되지 왜 나한테 그래?
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new
얘
feature
존나
in the Stanley
흑화했는데
Parable
지금.
2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
뭐야, 왜 이렇게 흑화했어? 야, 이거 게임 리뷰 가서 봐라, 지금. 지금 리뷰 가서 보세요. 이거 나쁜 리뷰 쓴 사람들 다 욕하고 있을 것 같은데.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
다른 데 가볼까?
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
이게 스탠리야?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday.
깜짝이야.
Which would you go with?
어떤 풍선으로 할까? 오른쪽으로 앉아. 파란색. 난 파란색.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
여기는 지금부터 그 게임 개발자가 흑화해가지고 이제 유저를 농락하는 젠장! 여기 다 바뀌었네. 풍선 다 달렸네. 이런 씨.
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
점프.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
이건 뭐야?
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
피규어! 뭐?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
아이씨. 아니 달라고 지금 달라고. 어이없어. 진짜 그 왜 만들어 놓은 거야 저 공간을. 여러 가지로 농락하네.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
어떻게 알았지? 내가 그 생각하고 있는 거?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games at the moment. You see, this is wonderful. One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerate. Great! Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
어쩔 건데?
Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole.
뭐야?
It's exactly what you're doing right now.
나 음성 인식
forever.
되나?
There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
얘 나한테 화났는데, 이제?
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
네가
I'll just be up
졌다고
here
말해.
when you're ready.
졌다고 말해. 나 레이터야. 너가 졌다고 말해. 졌다고 말해. 나가고 싶다고 말해. 우물안 개구리라고 말해. 근데 여기 누가 이미 왔다 간 거 같은데 여기 막 머그컵이랑 담배꽁초 엄청 많고 막 여기 줄담배 핀 거 아니야? 몇 개야 이거? 나 이거 세고 있을게. 1개, 2개, 3개, 4개, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21개, 22개. 어디까지 셌지? 올라가자! 어디로 가라고, 이제? 저기 위에는 뭐가 있지? 못 가게 돼 있구나. 이제 뭘 볼 수 있지? 여기 위에도 있는가? 다 본 거 아니야?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
어디로 갔지? 저기 안 갔나? 여기 위에? 안심양동이가 뭐지? 여기 안 가봤다.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind.
위에서 뭐 내려온다.
It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
안고 있으라고 이 양동이들?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
야, 이거 안 떨어져, 양동이가. 양동이 안 떨어져! 안녕. 뭐야.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
양동이가 안
That really should be an
떨어진다고.
award if it isn't already.
양동이 이거 들고 다녀야 돼? 이제 다 봤으니까 여기로 갑시다. 여기 뭐가 또 하나 있긴 한데? 여기. 출구.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
양동이 좀 치워줘.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single
갑자기
coherent
말해서
video
깜짝
game,
놀랐네.
but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
나 원래 잘
I'll
놀래.
arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
오.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
이게 더 별로잖아.
Who am I
이게
kidding,
뭐야?
Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. and I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Take a look. 뭐야? 스탠리 패러블 2가 됐어. 메인 화면으로 쫓겨났는데? 뭐야?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
마지막으로 본 장면이죠.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
가자. 안돼
All
여기.
his co-workers were gone. What could it
아까
mean?
그 풍선이잖아.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
아이씨.
simply missed a memo.
진짜 짜증나네. 안돼 양은.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
에이.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
알겠어.
and
이제
entered the
왼쪽으로
door
안
with
가면
his
혼날 것 같으니까. 여기로 가자.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
스탠리와
boss's
양동이.
office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
눈치채지
Nor in his
못했어요.
bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin
양동이야,
number for the
고마워.
keypad was 2845.
양동이야 고마워. 기다리면 되죠? 여기 앞에서.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
의미심장하게 말하는 거 개웃기네 진짜.
2845.
문 열어줘야지. 문 열어! 쿵쿵쿵.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
가자. 그래서
The
뭐가
elevator raced
달라졌을까?
downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
달라진 거는
What horrible
없는 것
secret did this
같은데?
place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
아직까지는 똑같은데?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human
나 4번 찾았다.
for
저기
he
위에
and the
있다.
bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
어!
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. Wait, what was happening?
뭐야?
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
이거 언제 끝나?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
와, 너 이거 언제까지 해야 되는 거야? 똑같은 거.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
그만
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the open passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
또 보네.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
아까 건너뛰기 누를 때가 좋았는데.
To find out. Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
똑같은 엔딩에, 똑같은 엔딩에, 똑같은 엔딩에, 똑같은 엔딩에, 똑같은 엔딩에, 똑같은 엔딩인데.
All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power.
난 여길 탈출하겠어.
You didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do, for example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent. Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life?
시간이 부족하구나.
Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
어떻게 하는 거야?
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
그러게, 퇴근하기 어렵네.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. What a beautiful... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
아까 여기로 안 가봤는데.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
야, 채팅창에 자기야?
Let me
라고
show you what's
하는
really
너
going on
말이야,
here.
너 말하는 거야. 나는 그렇게 생각 안 했는데 이게 뭔 상황이지? 이러고 있었는데 너 말이야, 너. 이거에서 웃냐?
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
키보드에서 N을 누릅니다. N.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
I를 누릅니다. K 눌러야지. 다른 건 안 되네. I.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
아이가 어딨어?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all
뭐야,
he's
점점
doing
내
is pushing the
사무실이
same
돼가고
buttons he
있는데?
always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
얘들아 자러 가자. 자러 가자. 아우 방송 켜놓고 내일 오면은 내가 이겨 있겠지? 내가 이겨 있겠지? 내가 이길 거야. 뭐야? 이거 뭐야? 버튼 누르지 말라는데? 진짜로 눌러야 한대 이번에는? 기다려도 뭐 없나? 시간은 계속 가는데? 띵! 에이, 출근해야겠네.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see.
말이 많긴 해. 근데
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
도대체
Feeling
제작자가
a wave of disbelief,
유도하는
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a
제작자가
staircase,
유도하는
Stanley walked
진엔딩이
upstairs to
뭘까?
his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
여기로 가면 안 되나? 뭐야? 뭐야?
We found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
주지 않을까? 뭐 로딩이 점점 빨라지는데?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
말이 조금 빨라진 것 같기도 하고.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad
이동 속도도
or
조금
content.
빨라졌는데?
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had
근데
won.
이렇게 엔딩
He had
보는 게 낫지
defeated the
않아?
machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments
못
away.
나갈 것 같아 근데 왠지 또.
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
이거 끝이야? 뭐가 달라진 거지? 응? 응?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
깜짝이야. 피규어.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to
뭐가
his
달라지긴
boss's office.
달라졌어. 야 미리 문을 열어주는데 이제?
Here's the door. Here's a go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
아니
screens.
이거 계속 봐야
What
돼?
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought.
근데
to himself.
뭔가 조금씩
Did he have the
달라지긴
strength to find out?
달라져가지고 어떻게 하는 건지 알려줬으면 좋겠어. 그냥 다른 엔딩 모으고 있는 거냐고?
Now the monitors
한번
jumped to life.
스위치를
Their true
온해서
nature
다시
revealed.
퍼즐을
Each
풀어보고
bore the number
싶은데
of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place.
이번엔 퍼즐을 좀
freedom
풀어보자.
meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't
퍼즐을
accept
풀어보자.
it. His
아까 그
own
온
life in
스위치
someone else's
눌렀을 때
control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
만약에
And
이번에
as the
해보고
cold
안 되면
reality of
그냥
his
끄자.
past began to sink in,
아휴,
Stanley
멀미나
decided
죽겠네.
that this... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes.
Let's
now
go!
This is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
왜 뚜두두둥? 왜?
You'd like to know where your co-workers
아 이거
are?
뭔데? 기준이
A moment of
뭔데?
solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever,
아니,
pushing
이거
buttons
도대체
endlessly
뭐지?
and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make
진짜
sense of
뭐지?
everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness,
갑자기
only
1이
34
됐는데?
seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
했어.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this game looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
굿바이 아니 이거 굿바이 나오는 거 보니까 그냥 안 되는 거 같은데? 그냥 안 되는 거 같은데? 그냥 굿바이 나오는 거 보니까.
It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
뭐야 그냥 약 올리기만 하고 나 네 말 안 들어. 나도 지하로 갈 거야. 응 꺼져 조용히 해. 닥쳐 조용 멈춰. 시끄러. 나 지하로 갈 거야.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
나 이제 참을성 끝났어. 나 참을성 없어졌어 이제. 조용히 해. 너 나레이션 저기 뭐야 넬레이터 조용히 해.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
내려갈 거야.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
무언의 방에 빠졌어. 젠장.
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
Yeah!
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of the world outside this one.
너무 무서워요.
He thought,
너무 잔인해요.
I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
나레이션이 원하는 대로 해주면은 똑같은 엔딩만 계속 봐요.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? No! And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
이러면 또 죽는 엔딩이잖아.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
똑같네.
She
그냥
rose,
투라고
got
뭐
dressed,
다를 게
gathered her
없잖아.
belongings, and walked to her place of work.
뭐야.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at her body. And then she turned and ran.
이번엔 이스케이프로 가보자. 진짜 찐찐찐찐막이다. 가자!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
문 열어!
Here's the door, just go.
왜 웃지? 나 지금 마음 급한데. 저항을 하라고? 말할 때 아무것도 안 했는 거야?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door
No,
that
no,
read
no,
Mind
escape.
Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
여기? 여기?
The door behind him was not shut.
안녕하세요.
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
여기서 돌아가면 어떻게 되냐고? 나레이션이 안 나오는 걸로 뭐라 그냥 가는 게 맞는 것 같은데. 여기는 문 안 닫히긴 해.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched
여기서
closer and
죽는
closer to his
엔딩밖에 없네
demise,
또
it
여기도.
reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
똑같은데 여기도?
Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss. Like plucking the
정답이 없는 것 같은데.
And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
나 짜부된다.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly
이러고
into
나서
the enormous
박물관
metal jaws.
전시회관
In
가잖아.
a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
하고 여기로 나가면은
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
여기가
When every
전시장.
path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making
여기서.
life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the
올라가서?
moment he hit start?
이쪽으로. 어디 있더라? 여긴가?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another.
이거
How they
힌트라고?
both
힌트
wish to
아니야?
be free.
그냥 전시해 놓은 거
Can
아니야?
you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now. Your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
저항해
missed a
봅시다
memo.
이번엔. 나 안 가? 안 가. 안 가. 안 갈 건데. 나 안 가. 아이씨, 가야 돼.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the
반대로
correct
가자.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
아까 전에 여기로 갔었고 저기로는 안 갔는데 저기로 가볼까? 여기로 가보자.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
그리고 아까 여기에 피규어가 있었거든? 피규어 먹자. 짜잔!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
맞아 이거?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
맞아.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct
아니
way
이
to the
게임 되게
meeting
빨리
room,
끝날
and
줄
Stanley knew it
알았는데
perfectly
이거를
well.
4시간이나
Perhaps
하고
he wanted
있냐?
to stop by the employee lounge
3시간이나 하고
first,
있냐?
just to admire it.
진짜 어이없어
Standing
나.
now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
깜짝이야.
That's her, Stanley.
안
You need to
맞아.
be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
안 받으면 어떻게 돼? 코드 못 빼냐고?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double-check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
새로운 곳이다. 응? 아닌가? 다시 돌아가라는 거야?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at
다른
all.
곳으로 가는데?
We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
어디로 가려고? 응? 어디로 가라고? 나 집 갈 수 있어 이제?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
이번에는 진짜 내레이터의 말을 듣자.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
가자!
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
뭐야?
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. 여보세요? 여보세요?
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115!
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm still here in this pile of rubbish, with you, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you ran it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
뭐야?
Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
약간 그거네. 그러니까 스탠리가 아니고 사람이었는데 그거를 나레이터가 내레이션 하는 사람이 모르고 약 올려가지고 사람이 그것 때문에 빡쳐가지고 사람이 리뷰 막 남겼는데 그걸 보고 또 빡쳐가지고 게임 개발자가 이렇게 하고 그걸 보고 또 유저가 이렇게 또 열받아가지고 또 그렇게 게임을 망쳐놓은 거지. 결국에는 게임을 부숴버리는 엔딩을 난 거야. 리로이가 누군데? 쟤 진짜 엔딩 아니야? 아 진짜 눈물 났어.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
아, 나 진짜 눈물 났어.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
이번엔 진짜겠지. 아, 진짜. 깜짝이야. 여기 이제 못 들어가.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
오, 나 안 해. 왜 꼭 들어가야 되냐고? 뭐야?
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
뭘 할 수 있는데? 저게 뭐람? 미친 거 아니야? 위로 올라가자. 뭐야. 뭐야? 뭐야? 뭐가 달라진 게 없잖아.
Here's the door. Just go.
안 가면 오케이 돼. 아니 이거 도대체 언제 끝날 게임이?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
다시 올라가자고. 그러네? 다시 올라가는 게 있네? 이거는 왜 못 봤지?
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
어?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
비번? 이건가? 2548인가? 뭐야? 2845였다고? 아닌데? 뭐야, 내려갔다가 올라갔다가 내려갔다가 올라갔다가 내려갔다가 올라갔다가 내려갔다가 올라갔다가. 씨. 문 안 열리고 할 수 있는 게 없어. 정신 나갈 것 같다. 정신 나갈 것 같다. 정신 나갈 것 같다.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
게임에 갇혔어. 방이 아니고. 여기서 다시 올라가면 어떻게 돼?
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
아니 뭐야?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process.
뭔가 해주려나?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
그니까 얘가 말하는 거 반대로 해야 되는 거네?
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
어쩌라고? 뭐 어쩌라고? 문 열어. 어쩌라고? 그럼 끝이야? 그냥 내려가야 돼? 알아서 할래?
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it?
얘
Sure,
지금
now it's obvious, but
살살
you have to understand
돌리는데?
that 30 seconds ago, this
얘
kind
지금
of
성
thing had never been
나갔는데?
attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of
또
fresh air
삐졌네.
in a
난 내가
landscape of
삐졌는데.
storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
방카에 한 번 다!
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Well, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere. Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
그래? 시키는 대로 하나도 안 하려 그랬는데. 갈까 말까 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 가자.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
막 머리털이 다 빠질 것 같아. 하지마. 에헤, 에헤라디 아니야. 에헤라디야 구독자다. 어서 받들어라. 헤이 에헤라디야 구독자다. 얼쑤 구독갱신하지마. 아이고 제니 뭐야 4개월 동안 구독갱신 감사합니다. 고마워요. 고마워 고마워. 네.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the
안
door and
들어갔어요.
left.
안 들어가고 가만히 있어보자. 그럼 당황하면서 저기 들어가야 되는데 안 들어가 있거니? 안 들어가야? 이상하다. 혹시 렉 걸렸나? 막 뭐지? 렉 걸렸나? 버그 걸렸나? 어디 갔나? 막 이러면서 게임을 리셋해야 되나? 막 안절부절. 안 됐나? 아 진짜? 왜 다쳤어?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
내려갈 거야. 나 근데 뭐야?
You're getting closer.
Yay!
You've nearly gotten all of the figure anarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no figure anarines. None of us can.
이름이 점점 이상해지는데. 근데 여기 가면 또 무한의 굴레에 빠지잖아. 이씨. 없나? 똑같잖아. 혹시 저기서 노래를 다 들으면은 여긴가? 스탠리. 에이. 어디가 남았지? 여기로 가면은 또
Here's the door. Just go.
또 똑같은 곳이고 또 똑같은 곳이고 또 똑같은 곳이고 어디로 가야 하오? 또 똑같은 곳이고 똑같은 곳이고 갔다가 되돌아올까? 죽음의 문턱에서.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
여기서 되돌아간다면?
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
근데 그치만 다시 간다며?
Nope. Still on board with death?
괴롭혀. 이렇게 된다면?
The door behind him was not shut.
깜짝이야.
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
huh? 이렇게 간다면?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley
뭐야?
got back
아까랑
into the
똑같아.
elevator and went
으아, 나 또 지옥에 빠졌어.
How did Stanley do that? Well, he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office. Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
안 끝나. 엔딩이고 자시고.
Stanley, it's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is.
뭐 엔딩이 없다고?
Come up here and look at the office again.
게임이 안 끝난다니까.
Out the plot of the story
나 미쳐버리겠어.
fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of
오른쪽으로
uncompromising
가볼
narrative.
걸
Wow.
그랬나?
I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
빨리 죽는
Surely
엔딩을
this
볼까?
time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What
죽지
horrible
못하나?
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
가만히 있으면 다시 내려가지 않을까?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
이거 어떻게 하는 거야 도대체
or
이거?
content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
오늘 눌러놓고 2분 동안
the
기다린다.
controls once and
안 누르면 어떻게 되냐고? 안 눌러볼게. 약간 오징어 게임에 나오는 그거 같다. 투표하는 거. 아무 말이 없는 거 보니 이거 기다리는 거 아닌가 본데. 에잇!
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do, for example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent. Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. This is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time.
노란색을 4개를 누르라는 건가? 하나.
It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time.
아니 숫자 번호랑 파란색이랑 다 다른. 아까 해봤었는데.
Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button,
모니터
screen
색깔?
to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
그러면은 빨간색은 뭐야? 빨간색이 1번인데?
Red button or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
여기 아닌가?
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place
어디야?
is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100?
여기 이미 틀렸는데 그러면?
I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail.
모니터 색깔이 아까 저기 있는데?
A retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
이제
Take a
없어.
look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No
벽에 스위치 있었던 거 여기 여기도 아니야
or will you let
근데
it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
그러니까 스위치에 숫자가 있는데 내가 이 화면을 얼마나 많이 봤는데 그거를 시도를 한 번은 안 해봤겠어. 1, 2, 3, 4 순서대로 좀 누르고 1번 하고 컬러 색깔 그것도 해보고 색깔 먼저 누르고 숫자도 해보고 이쪽 같은 회사! 저 퇴사할래요. 아, 이게 엔딩이라고? 야 진짜 엔딩 없냐 이 게임? 야 내가 여기에 지금 4시간을 했는데 너무 힘들어. 스탠리 패러블. 야 이거 유튜브 찾아보자 얘들아 같이. 유튜브에 찾아보자. 사람들을 어떻게 했는지, 진짜 내가 이상한 건지, 나만 못 깨는 건지. 공략 이런 게 있다는데? 공략이 있는데 공략을 볼까? 공략 이거 보자. 공략. 잠깐만. 공략이 뭐야? 삶과 혼란이 있는데?
Number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He said
이건 초반이잖아.
Disbelief. Stanley decided to go to his office.
이 사람 내려가는데?
Human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the
이게 3 엔딩이. 나 이거 봤어. 3 엔딩은 봤어요. 그다음에 혼란 이 엔딩 이거 봤어요. 이거 봤어요. 폭발 이것도 봤어요. 폭발했잖아 아까 전에. 그리고 정신 이상 죽는 엔딩 이것도 봤어요. 3개 봤다? 4개 봤다? 그리고 5번째.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be.
뭐지?
Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room and from then on.
이거. 스위치 온 오프 하는 거. 그러면 나는 총 지금까지 5개 엔딩을 봤어? 그리고 주저하는.
Now it's just a little
이것도 봤어요. 계속 방이 바뀌는 거 아니야?
Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
아닌가?
Badly.
이건 뭐야? 이거 왜 이렇게 짧아?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained.
아무것도 안 해?
This couldn't go anywhere except badly.
What?
The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
내가 이렇게 초장부터 문 닫아버리고 나 안 해! 이랬으면은 개또라 아니냐? 이랬겠지? 뭐야? 문 닫고 아무것도 안 하는 엔딩이 있네?
Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability.
아유, 당ጮ가 이런 소리 들었을 텐데 이게 엔딩이구나. 그냥 근데 엔딩이랄게 근데 내레이터가 주구장창 혼자 쭈절쭈절 대다가 그냥 화면이 까매지고 끝인데요. 자, 그 다음에 탈출 포즈. 뭐야 여기? 야, 뭐야 이런 게 있었어?
When Stanley came to a set of
왼쪽으로
two open doors, he
들어가서
entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping in.
엉덩이만 미친 거 아니야? 이런 엔딩까지 있다고? 문 닫았던 게 다 열려 있어. 미쳤나봐 제작자가. 어머, 대박. You are now leaving. 당신은 지금 떠난다. 와, 여기는 한 번도 못 봤는데. 여기도 심지어 2갈래길이야? 어이없다. 여기는 문은 닫혀있죠? 네, 여기로 나가면은 와, 비상계단. 와, 빨간 문. 심지어 문 계속 2개야. 치료체? 응? 너 어디까지 올라가는 거? 계속 올라가는데? 뭐 어디까지 올라가? 뭐야? 760이 마지막 번호네? 무서워. 죽음.
All of his coworkers
죽음.
are gone. What could it be eagerness to prove that he is in control? Really, I'm not. Investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story, and no one gets to tell him what job. All of his coworkers tell him this, that in this world he can never be an observer, that as long as he remains
여기는
here,
내가
he
본 거네. 선택.
took the code.
이것도 본 거고 공간.
All of his
이건 뭐야?
gone. What could it mean? When the correct way to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door.
오른쪽으로
This was not the
들어가서
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. On the wrong, your trust in you, someone you've forgotten about. What?
Oh?
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
대박. 나는 틀에 갇혀 있는 사람인가 봐.
To show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important.
아, 이 색깔.
Through the red door.
이러면 또 좋아하는 색깔로 들어가야 되는데.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
그래도 꿋꿋하게 들어가면 아, 문을 없애버렸어.
Red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much, I think.
갑자기 우주로 빨려 들어가는 엔딩이구나 이거는. 어이없다.
Wait, where are you going? Oh no, stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
떨어져. 안 죽네?
Thank God, you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
우와.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
여기서는 내레이터가 애원하네.
No, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
자식, 나한테도 그런지 열받게 하긴 하고.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? But you'll throw yourself from this platform over.
마스터사 그렇게나 제 게임이 싫은 건가요? 이 플랫폼에서 계속 뛰어내려서 여기서 벗어나려고 할 만큼.
You're literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Or
maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
상처받은 목소리.
Choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
저런. 이거는
of his
뭐야?
co-workers were gone.
마인크래프트가 왜 있어?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
헐!
He entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes. He took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
설마 여기로 떨어지는 거야? 저 트럭으로?
I
아닌가?
realize that investing your trust in you, someone. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. You have zero consideration for others. Are you that sure of this? But I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me.
아까 거기잖아.
The red door. Find out. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all the strange fantasy.
진짜 말 많다.
There we go. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from a lot of feedback here? Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your... And to be perfectly candid, I think I've not...
소심한 복수를. 너는 꼴찌 중에 꼴등이야. 헤헤. 이러고 복수하는 거 봐.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the
이런
fire,
미친 이거 나라 게임이잖아.
meaningful game. All about the desperation and tedium
이거
of
나라
endlessly
게임이잖아.
confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really
당신도 나락을 갈 수 있다. 그거잖아.
becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
야, 왜 이렇게 빨라? 애기 응애거리는 소리도 넣어놨어.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies?
그 말이 하고 싶었던 거잖아. 냉혈한 놈.
I'm completely out of ideas.
이러면서 욕하고. 아, 여기 숨어 있어. 플레이어.
I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Well, Stanley, is this any better? At last, the one thing you've always
스탠리 마카오톡 초대받았노.
absolutely nothing to do with. But is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley. Will it ever be enough? Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things.
야, 이 자식아.
From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose. Watch this, Stanley. I'm.
야, 이거 진짜 움직이는 게임인데 왜냐면은 위에 구름이 움직여.
Here, no, here, and then. Let's see, what does it need? Yes, of course. And just to finish it all off, yes, it's complete. I made this, Stanley. Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy. Ah, but you've only seen it from the outside. You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable. Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It could only be
푸세식
good.
화장실
Wait,
같대요.
that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond everything. Yes, yes, yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
뭐하냐고. 뭐하냐고.
Oh my, it looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light? Oh, no, 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 no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't save this one. Okay, new game.
새 게임.
Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love
이거
it.
포탈이잖아.
You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it
심지어
out.
오브젝트들 움직여?
Now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
시끄러워서 노래 안 나오게 하려고. 아, 왜 갖다 버리는데 다. 아, 진짜 한국 사람들 진짜 어이없어.
Oh, it's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte.
이 사람 포탈 해봤구만.
No, actually, you know what? I think that's plenty.
너무 재밌어 보이니까 너무 재밌게 하는 것 같으니까 질투났나 봐 갑자기. 질투났네 이거. 무섭다고.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's got his choice. Doing what I was trying to make what I... The end.
그냥 그러고 끝이야? 이건 봐. 청소 도구함 엔딩이 있어?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes are there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
야, 여기 가만히 있는 게 엔딩이야?
No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
이게 끝이라고? 그냥 얘만 계속 떠들다가 끝나는 게 엔딩이야?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes?
이건 또 뭐야?
Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were...
에?
Note to be more careful. Something
뭐야?
crucial happened while my senses were turned. He made a note to be more
이거는
careful
버그잖아.
from now on.
맵들 했어 그냥.
At first, Stanley's designed a conflict game, and he pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
이게 진엔딩이라고?
Which is why he is in this parable and lives and exists as
보이스오버.
structure. You told me that you wanted this.
아 여기서 노를 하면은
If I rich, then what though in this?
끝이야? 아 여기서 그러면은 단카가 보자 엔딩이 15개 중에 1개, 2개, 3개, 4개 5개 6개 7개 이건 뭐더라? 아 8개 8개 맞다 15개 중에 예! 그래도 많이 봤네? 아 오늘 마인크래프트 안 해도 되겠다. 아유 힘들어. 오늘 짤방인데 짤방을 못했네. 아유 근데 있지 근데 요즘에 단카가 방송하는 시간도 길어지고 맨날 저녁 방송하고 그래가지고 방송하는 시간이 늦은 저녁부터 해가지고 새벽 꼴딱 새고 아침까지 방송을 했었잖아. 방송 시간이 되게 길었잖아. 그러다 보니까 그 직장 다니는 동산이들이 시청자들이 나는 밤에 퇴근하고 와가지고 밥 먹고 집에 와가지고 씻고 이제 조금 한두 시간 방송 보다가 12시 넘어가면 이제 내일 출근해야 되니까 빨리 자야 되는데 방송 시간에 자꾸 이렇게 일 늦어지고 막 새벽 나도 방송 보고 싶은데 나는 다시보기밖에 못 봐서 너무 속상해. 나도 단카 보고 싶어 막 이래가지고 확실히 맞아. 네 말이 맞아. 내가 딱 생각해보니까 딱 직장 다니는 사람들은 방송 챙겨보기 힘들겠어 라고 하는데 라고 생각을 했어. 미안. 방법이 있어. 첫 번째는 내가 한 이틀 좀 쉬면서 밤낮을 이틀 동안 바꾸는 거야. 하루 만에 밤낮 바꾸는 거 의미 없고 힘들어. 근데 이틀이라면은 밤낮을 좀 바꿀 수 있거든. 루틴이 생기니까. 근데 부작용이 있어. 첫 번째로는 내가 어떻게 하든지 간에 다시 이 시간대로 돌아와. 사람은 다 자기 시간대로 돌아가. 무슨 말인지 알지? 응. 나도 근데 항상 그래. 나도 평생 엄마 아빠 잔소리 들으면서 반대 생활 하는 거. 반대 생활 하는 거. 남들 잘 때 일어나 있고, 남들 일어날 때 자고, 막 그러는 거 내 평생 잔소리 들었기 때문에 내가 제일 잘 알아. 나는 어떻게 해도 결국에는 요 저녁 시간대로 돌아. 난 야행성이야. 그런데 난 근데 원래부터 난 애기였을 때부터 원래 새벽이 좋고 밤이 좋았어. 그래서 막 밖에 싸돌아다니는 것도 막 밤에 싸돌아다니는 거 좋은데 밤 공기 막 밤에 그 감성 막 이런 게 좋아. 근데 무서워가지고 밖으로 나돌진 못해. 그냥 좋아하는 거야. 난 그냥 새벽형 인간인 거야. 혹시 햇빛을 보면 불타나요?
빵도네 납시오. 잘 봤어요.
뭐야 진짜야? 야 너 가짜지? 얘 뭐야? 대박 사건. 나 오늘 투네이션 안 켜고 방송하고 있었어. 누구야? 너 진짜야? 나 지금 확인을 못하는데 진짜세요? 진짜면 채팅. 진짜면 채팅. 가짠가배. 야 너네 진짜 사칭 좀 하지마. 야 너네 진짜 사칭 좀 하지마. 야 내가 다른 스트리머님 방송에 혼자 몰래 놀러가서 안녕하세요도 안 하고 혼자 이렇게 보고 있었거든. 막 혼자 보고 있었는데 막 나도 할 일 하면서 옆에 틀어놓고 이제 듣기만 하고 있었거든. 근데 어떤 애가 채팅으로 그 무슨 버추얼 얘기가 나왔어. 버추얼 얘기가 나왔는데 그 사람 채팅에서 막 단카님들 버추얼인데 단카님이 어쩌고저쩌고 막 이렇게 내가 안 한 말을 지가 막 하는 거야. 그래서 이러고 있었어. 이러고 있었는데 내가 거기서 물음표 하나 치면 내가 그 방송을 보고 있었다는 거를 듣고 있었다는 거를 염탐하고 있었다는 거를 들키잖아요? 그래서 말을 못했는데 너네 진짜 가짜뉴스 쫙 퍼뜨려라. 진짜 가짜뉴스 그만 퍼뜨리세요. 나 그래서 이제 내 방송에서 정영왕님이 꼴랑님이 핑크자크님이 코딱님이 어쩌고 저쩌고 안 믿어 임마. 안 믿어. 이제 안 믿는데 정영왕님이 진짜면은 앞으로 계속 믿어야 되는데. 뭐야 진짜였잖아. 진짜였잖아 정영왕님. 아니 사칭 얘기하고 있었는데 진짜네. 뭐야 왜 나 10,000원 용돈 줬어요. 왕 감사합니다. 고마워요. 감사합니다. 그 정영환님 혹시 대륙 갈 예정 없으시죠? 여쭤보진 못했지만 대륙에서는 일단 생각하지 마시고요. 대륙 갈 생각하지 마시고 네이버? 좋아. 우리 네이버 갈 거지. 취지직 갈 거지. 그 대륙에서는요. 그 별풍선이 109개 터지면은 109라고 해가지고 개 짖는 소리를 내는 리액션이 약간 공식? 그런 느낌이래요. 근데 우리는 그런 거 없잖아? 그러니까 우리만의 그걸 만들어버리자고. 10,000원 왕돈에 감사합니다. 저번에는 치와와 버전으로 짖었지만 오늘은 도사견이다. 오늘은 진돗개다. 10,000원 왕돈에 고마워요. 워. 어때? 저번 치와와가 나 아니면은 오늘의 도사견이 나? 됐니? 진작 마렵다고? 야, 이 새끼야? 보채니 꺼진 거 같아요. 재수없다. 진짜 재수없다.
잘하네, 또 해봐.
야. 잘하네, 더 해봐. 500원. 500원. 야, 낑낑거리는 건 어떻게 해? 어떻게 하지? 어떻게 하지? 걔 낑낑거리는 소리를 들어봐야겠는데? 잘 안 들어봐서 모르겠네. 아이 뭐야? 아이 마하반야가 왜 나지? 걔가 강아지 낑낑 소리를 들어볼까? 새끼 강아지가 낑낑거리는 소리. 어떻게 하는 거야? 단카가 진짜 개면 어떡? 그게 무슨 소리니? 내가 근데 개딸이긴 해. 내가 개딸이긴 해. 단카 지금 히트랑 그 사랑해 그거 안 되는 것 같아요. 고장난 것 같아요. 그 아까 전에 방송이 한번 터졌었잖아. 그래가지고 이게 중간에 뭔가 고장난 것 같아. 안 되나 봐. 왜 안 되지? 잠깐만. 그렇네. 클릭했는 프로그램이 프로그램이 꺼졌어. 됐다. 야, 그렇다고 바로 야, 그렇다고 바로 그러는 게 어딨어, 야, 이 새끼야. 야, 아니, 이 새끼들이 이때만 기다리고 있었나? 너네. 아니, 잠깐. 개떨어지. 그만 때려. 야. 아우. 그래도 사랑해. 그래도 사랑해. 어쩌건데. 니네가 이거 말고 뭘 할 수 있는데. 에휴, 진짜. 아직도 비 오나 밖에? 창문을 안 열어봐서 모르겠네. 혹시 밖에 지금 비 오나요? 밖에 비 오나요? 비가 근데 좀 주말까지 온다고 그러던데 어떤 데는 비 그렇게까지 많이 안 올 것 같은데? 안녕! 벌레 안녕. 이거 쓰고 싶어? 알겠어. 내가 오늘 방종하고 이거 줄게. 이거 무료 그거거든? 이거 이름이 갑자기 생각이 안 나. 익스텐션인가? 거기에서 무료 선물 버전으로 뿌린 거야, 이거. 근데 모자 여러 버전이 있더라고. 뿔난 것도 있고 여기 방울 여기 다는 것도 있고 해거든? 이거 딱 덜에 여기 쌓이는 비니 있잖아. 그거 느낌이야. 이거 이뻐. 색깔도 여러 개고 색깔 맞춰줄 수도 있고. 단카 여기 카렌이라고 돼 있고 요것도 바꿀 수 있어. 근데 요거는 귀찮고 이게 이뻐가지고 냅뒀거든. 근데 여기 바꿀 수 있으니까 이것도 내가 해줄게. 텍스처 내가 바꿔줄게. 이거 예쁘지 않아? 예쁘지? 좋아요. 안젤레나야 1비트 감사합니다. 고마워요. 전체적으로 솜사탕 같아서 존예하고. 아우 뭐야. 오늘 왕 파인애플 뽑은 거야? 뭐야? 왜 이렇게 막 이거 봐. 나 여기 털파카도 하트 모양이야. 짠, 짠, 짠. 짜잔! 요거 후드야. 후드인데 이거 토끼 모양. 이쁘지? 여기 당근 슬리퍼. 이쁘지? 당근 슬리퍼. 예쁘지? 아하하. 세트로 잘 맞췄다고? 이거 다 따로따로야. 멋있어요. 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 콧물 나. 네. 보자. 뭐야. 내 인생. 오늘 분명히 짤방하고 도망가서 뒷마크 하려고 했는데 내 계획 개판났어. 젠장. 넷플릭스 옆에 틀어놓고 느긋하게 뭐 하나 입에 심심하지 않게 씹으면서 질겅질겅 되면서 마크 하면서 이제 막 열심히 고추 털고 돈 막 30만 원 만들어가지고 다음 방송 킬 때는 플렉스 하고 막 이러고 놀라 그랬는데 일 안 하고 다음 방송에서는 열심히 뻘뻘거리면서 사람들을 사귀려고 그랬는데 새로운 스트리머를 만나려고 그랬는데 참내 내 계획 젠장. 뒷마크 하지 말랬지. 네가 그러면 대신 접속해가지고 돈 벌어다 주든가. 나 이제 남한테 빌부터 먹는 거 못 해먹겠어. 미안해가지고 약간 업보가 점점 쌓이는 것 같아. 섰다를 하라고? 돈이 있어야 하지. 도박을 하려면은 돈이 있어야 되는데 돈이 없는데 어떡해. 내가 경식이 할아버지한테도 15만 원 뜯은 거 이제 곧 돈 벌어가지고 도박해가지고 돈 벌어서 갚으려 그랬는데. 에이씨 도박도 못해. 뒷마크도 못해. 에이씨. 아무튼 간에요. 오늘 짤방이었는데 또 10시간 넘게 방송을 한 것 같아. 기분이. 맞아? 나 몇 시에 방송 켰지? 오늘 한 7시간 했나? 7시간, 8시간 정도 한 것 같아. 6시간? 그럴 리가? 에이, 그럴 리가. 그래? 한 8시간 한 것 같은데? 그렇군. 시간이 잘 가네요. 아무튼 간에요. 단카는 이만 퇴근한다는 소리. 그래서 결론은 단카는 퇴근한다는 소리. 재밌었고 다음 방송에서 또 보자예요. 이제 빨리 자. 물론 출근을 준비해야 되는 그 애석한 녀석들도 있겠지만 어쩌겠어요? 힘내야죠. 화이팅! 화이팅! 가서 월급 루팡하면 되지. 화이팅! 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 응. 화이팅 화이팅. 감사합니다. 스탠리 꼴 나겠다고? 무슨 아 맞아. 야 약간 밤샐 때 그거 알지? 막 밤새고 막 회사 가거나 아니면은 뭔가 잠이 좀 부족하게 되게 아슬아슬하게 한두 시간 정도 자고 출근해야 될 때는 막 알람 같은 거 막 15개씩 맞춰놓고 자고 그러잖아. 막 30개씩 50개씩 100개씩 막 이렇게 맞춰놓고 5분마다 3분마다 이렇게 맞춰놓고 자지. 근데 그럴 때 되면은 부작용이 뭐냐면은 그럴 때 되면은 약간 일어나는 꿈만 한 100개씩 꾸는 느낌? 100개씩 막 꾸는 느낌? 이러면서 꿈이잖아. 꿈이잖아. 이러면서 오히려 더 피곤해. 오히려 더 피곤해. 막 출퇴근길에 막 지하철에서 잠깐 이렇게 했는데 막 눈 떠 보니까 막 역 한 4개 지나쳐 있고 막 버스에서 막 덜덜덜덜덜덜 막 거리는 막 창문에 막 얼굴 맞대고 덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜 이러면서 막 자는데 띵동 2번 정류장은 이거에 갑자기 처음에는 여기에 귀 기울이고 자다가 나중에는 그게 약간 자장가처럼 되게 평온한 톤이잖아요. 띵동 2번 정류장은 땡땡땡 땡땡땡땡 여기입니다. 이건 지하철이지? 땡땡땡땡입니다. 이러고 되게 평온한 목소리잖아. 그래서 그 덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜덜 삐 하는 이 소리가 다 자장가 같아서 했는데 갑자기 눈을 탁 떴어. 눈을 탁 떴는데 갑자기 뭔가 기분이 묘하게 상쾌해. 그러면은 여기가 어디지? 하고 딱 봤는데 띵동 2번 역은 땡땡땡땡 땡땡땡땡입니다. 해. 그러면은 갑자기 역을 3개나 지나쳤어? 정류장을 3개나 지나쳤어? 좋댔다. 당장 내려. 교통비 아끼려고 지하철 타고 버스 탄 거지만 역을 지나쳤으니까 택시를 타라지. 어떡해. 어떡해. 그렇게 되는 거거든요. 그러니까 여러분들 그러지 마시고 밤샜으면 그냥 대충 밥 먹고 대충 저기 해가지고 그냥 갔다 오세요. 대충 그렇게 갔다 오세요. 혹시 여러분 내가 너무 피곤해서 혹시라도 졸 것 같다. 그러면은 약간 나만 알고 있는 그런 긴장감을 주는 거야. 나만 알고 있는 비밀을 만드는 거야. 예를 들어서 뭐가 좋을까? 예를 들어서 뭐가 좋을까? 예를 들어서 첫 번째 아저씨 난닝고를 입고 가는 거야. 아무도 안 보이게. 아니면 두 번째 아무도 모르게 빨간 반스를 입고 가는 거야. 야, 빨간 반스 좋대요. 돈 들어온대요. 빨간 반스를 입고 가는 거야. 막 방심했을 때 막 보이면 안 되잖아. 그리고 아니면은 세 번째 아무도 모르게 애니 캐릭터가 그려진 씹덕 티셔츠를 입고 가는 거야. 대신에 뒤집어서 혹시 프린팅이 보일 수 있으니까 셔츠가 얇으면은 뒤집어서 입고 가. 오케이? 아니면은 네 번째 반스를 뒤집어서 입고 가. 아니면 다섯 번째 좋아. 발가락 양말을 신고 가. 나만 아는 비밀. 긴장감. 들키면은 부끄러워지는 그런 나만 아는 긴장감 그런 거 있잖아. 어때? 불편해서 잠 안 올 듯? 그걸 노린 거죠, 여러분. 피곤하실 여러분들을 위해서 그런 꿀팁을 전수해드렸습니다. 저는 안 그래요. 저는 안 그래요. 너네가 하라고. 너네가 먼저 해보고 말씀해주세요. 나 너무 쓰레기 같아. 휴, 경험담인지. 짜증나. 짜증나. 저 정보 당카엠 아저씨 다닌 거 아니야. 무슨 소리야. 아닙니다. 아무튼 간니 자 그렇다고 하네요. 우리 다른 방에 놀러 갈까? 혹시 가고 싶은 방송 있니? 어차피 절반이 지금 방송 보다가 주무시러 가셨겠지만. 타비님이요? 당카우트. 너 앉아? 아무나 고고현? 앳 아무나라고? 아무나? 아무나라고? 진짜 나 진짜 아무 때나 보내. 그러면 재승샤님이요? 재승샤님한테 가요? 야 왜 맞아, 오늘 핑크다크님 쉬신다고 하셨지. 재승샤님은 근데 지금 메이플 하고 계신데? 영주님한테 가자. 이 새끼들 너네 난 남다고 새끼인데. 그러지 마 족밥 새끼인데. 그런데 가면은 누구세요? 누구세요? 에? 이상한. 누구세요? 누구신데 제 방송 보고 계세요? 누구신데 제 방송 보고 계세요? 누구신